Meeting is called to order. The meeting is being held via being held interactive in person also at Hale Pono'i, 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei Oahu 96707, and via interactive conference technology moderated by me, Chairman William Isla Jr. Today's date is Monday, July the 18th, and the time is now 9:39 a.m. Let's see. Per Act 220, as of this meeting, public testimony can be given either at the beginning of the meeting or when the commission addresses the item. Public testifiers online must still sign up 24 hours before the meeting via our website in order to receive the link. Public testimony must be on an agendized item and is limited to 3 minutes per person. Leah, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Awo will be late. Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Neves will be late. Commissioner Toria.
Here.
Chair Isla.
Present.
6 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, agenda items F5, F6, and C3 were distributed over the weekend and uploaded to the website. The commission will recess at around noon for about 30 minutes for lunch and to convene in executive session for another 30 minutes. As a reminder, tonight's community meeting is at Stevenson Middle School cafeteria starting at 6:30 p.m. Folks are also invited to attend via Zoom. Please go to our website for the link. Act 220, I'm supposed to have, let's see, I have to announce the names of the participating members. So we have Commissioner Teruya, Commissioner Helm, Commissioner Naumu'u, who's online. We have Commissioner Kaupu and Commissioner Mike Kalekini. And then we have 2 more commissioners that are expected to join us. A core of the board shall be visible and audible to members and the public. No other participants are required to be visible during the meeting. All votes shall be unanimous unless we go to roll call, okay? And just a reminder for folks that are online, one more time, starting with this commission meeting, public testimony can occur at the beginning of the agenda, or it can occur at the time that we discuss the agenda item. Okay. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none. Commissioner Pauline said aye. Okay, commissioners, we will go to the minutes of June. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, minutes of June 2022. Are there any edits to the minutes? We have 2.
Yeah.
I'll give everyone a few minutes to review. Okay, we'll just do that one. Yeah. Okay, commissioners. Any changes?
Motion to
Second.
approve June 14th and workshop June 2021.
We'll hold off on the workshop.
Motion to approve June 14th, 2022.
You have a second? Second.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pauline said aye. Okay, motion carries. The minutes are approved. We will go into public testimony. Tiare and Oli, you guys want to come up to the table? Okay, and you're testifying to agenda item D8, right? Will you just introduce yourselves first?
Hi, good morning. I'm Tiare Swan.
Okay. Proceed.
Hawaiian Commission, as I said, I'm Russia, she is chaotic. There are family members of the past seat of our family property out in lot 11. It just happens to be the same property that Kaimana owns approval for. We are humbly asking that the commission holds up the approval of the assignment of leasehold interest. Because tomorrow we're actually coming before the commission to address the designation of successorship for the same property. We as Ohana are trying everything that we possibly can to keep this family land in family hands. So commissioners, we're asking that you guys please hold off on approval until you guys get the chance to hear our side of everything tomorrow. Thank you.
Mahalo, thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
I do. So
available.
tomorrow, one of you signed up for the J agenda? Is that when you're going to present
For tomorrow,
for tomorrow? Okay.
yes.
But the approval was for Kaimana comes today, we have the
Well,
approval for assignment of interest. Kaimana Swan Merit. So that's our we're just trying to ask if you guys can hold off on the approval until you guys hear our, testimony tomorrow on the
yes.
same property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other question? Go ahead.
Thank you,
Right.
Mr. Chair. So just so I understand, you want to defer D8 until tomorrow? Is that, is the speaker on the J agenda? Is that what I heard?
That's what their request is. They signed up for the J agenda and they would like us to defer the
What
one.
property is this that we're
one
talking?
Lot 11.
Lot 11,
lease,
lease 5.
Where is this?
Nanakuli.
Where?
Land, Keolana's.
Keolana's Avenue.
Yeah, on the block, Keolana's. Big property used to be by the church. Beside Jesus the Bread of Life Church, right next door.
Or is that? Mr. Chairman, is it okay I asked him a question then?
Sure.
Okay. So is that the empty property, that old church that is sitting?
The one next to
next
it.
to
Next to it?
Yeah, so the Akos was next to it, and then it's the Holy Swans, Rayford was the house next to it. Yeah. And then beside that, get the Woosleys and the Chives. So we're like right in the middle
Who's in that lot right now?
in our land. My mom, Marvelyn Holy Arrington, Iseta Ulu, my sister, Marcelina Momoa, and another family that lives with us.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Who was the lessee?
Kaimana
Kaimana
Swan
Swan
Merit.
Merit.
He became leasee for the past successor, failed to name a successor.
Okay.
Okay.
Any further questions? If not, thank you very, very much.
Mahalo nui.
Mahalo.
We have some online testifiers. Yep. Teresa, if you can hear us, please put on your camera and turn on your microphone.
She's in. She doesn't have her audio on.
Can she hear us? Teresa, if you can hear us, can you turn on your audio and unmute? Okay, Teresa, while you figure out the technical aspects, we'll go to Blossom.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Hi, aloha, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to,
Hi, aloha, good morning.
hang on one second, Mr. Chair. I need to, get off the live feed.
Hi, aloha, good morning.
Hang on one second, Mr. Chair. I need to.
Can you turn off your live feed? Maybe that's why we're getting the echo or the feedback.
Yes. H5.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, much
Okay.
better.
Still learning what buttons to push correctly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, I understand that we will be allowed to testify on the agenda as well as a specific item. Is that correct?
That is correct. So it's your choice. Do you want to testify all now or as each item comes up?
Actually, if I could testify on most of them now and then reserve my testimony for item C3.
You're gonna defer for which agenda item?
C3.
D3, okay.
Yeah, C as in Charlie.
Or C3, sorry. Go ahead, Blossom.
Okay, mahalo, Mr. Chair, once again. Good morning, commissioners. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify in support of several of the items on your agenda this morning. Starting with E1, as we all know, HHFDC and the department is currently in negotiations, and I asked the commission to support the acquisition of these lands in Kopea. Item F2, F4, F5, particularly F4 and F5. I know that Hawaiian Telecom needs a right of entry and the licenses to be able to continue to wire our homestead communities. Items G1 and G2 for the general plan update. I want to especially thank Andrew and the planning department as well as our consultant for doing an excellent job in the development of this new general plan that will take us into the next 20 years. And as well as to Gigi for the responding to the concerns that I presented to the commission before in terms of increasing the capacity building amount and adding in a different grant solicitation for project implementation. Item E2, of course, we're going to support the draft EA for Punani. We look forward to seeing that on the next commission agenda for approval. And then you have your workshops, G3 and G4. I think it's a great idea that the commission get the necessary information on these two subject matters going forward, so that when it comes before you, we'll be able to see positive response from our commissioners. And so that's it for me for now, Mr. Chair. Mahalo once again for this opportunity.
For Blossom. Nope. Okay, we look forward to seeing you at C3 again.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. You want to try again? Okay, Teresa, you're up again. Can you turn on your camera and unmute?
Aloha.
Okay, aloha. Oh, okay, we just saw you and then we lost
Oh.
you.
Oh, one.
Try again.
Do this out. Uh-oh.
Okay, we can see you.
Oh, I apologize. I need to bring up, I had written out what I was gonna say, and I kind of have it on. Do I have to be on the video to speak?
No?
Okay.
You're gonna read your testimony? Go ahead.
Yes, please. If I can read it, thank you. Aloha mai and Hawaiian Homes Commissioners. My name is Teresa Hi'ile Martinson Ke'ia. I am Teresa Hi'ile Martinson of Maui. I'm a Keokea farmer. My ohana grow and I grow bananas, kalo, mamakiti, and so much more. This is my first time advocating before the Hawaiian Homes Commission. I would like to express my mahalo regarding two Maui-related agendized items. First, on agendized item G2, declaring a finding of no significant impact, the FONSI for the Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association Community Center Final Environmental Assessment, Keokea Ahupua'a in Makua, Maui. And moreover, the Maui Beneficiary Organization, Paupena Community Development Corporation, or Paupana CDC, has hired me to serve as a project manager for the OHA-funded Project Mahi'ai, and for the First Nations Development Institute funded the Aipono project. The 2022 Mahi'ai initiative has offered an e-commerce platform, website online for Native farmers and ranchers to sell and distribute their produce, meats, dairy, and related value-added products. And the Aipono project provides free CSA, or community-supported agriculture boxes, of native-grown produce, meats, value-added products to 22 Maui households monthly through year-end 2022. I appreciate the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's Planning Office for underwriting an environmental assessment for a community center to benefit Keokea Hawaiian Homestead Farm Lots Association members. I know the vision to include a certified kitchen and other enhancements will support and enable Native farmers to continue to do the work that they're doing, especially with the Mahi'ai and the Aipono projects coming along. And then second, concerning agendized item E2 about a draft environmental, oh, wait. I did that one, sorry. Oh, no, about a draft environmental assessment and anticipated FONSI determination for the Punani Homestead Subdivision water system storage improvements in Waikapu, in Wailuku. I thank DHHL Land Development Division for carefully guiding this highly awaited development through County of Maui requirements. And in this context, I also salute Maui County Council and especially Councilwoman and fellow Keokea homesteader Tasha Kama for spearheading the unprecedented position between Hawaiian Homes and County of Maui. And the county had posted, and the job has already been closed, but allowing for that liaison between Hawaiian Homes and the county. Helping with our Valley Isle Homestead projects, including Pu'unani, Honoko'ai, Leili'i, Waihuli, and of course, things coming up in Hana, Wakiu, and Kahikinui. But mahalo for this opportunity to speak and advocate on behalf of our Maui beneficiaries.
Is that it? Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. Any questions for Teresa? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for all the good work that you're doing up country.
Thank you.
Aloha. Do we have anyone else signed up? Okay, Kekoa, you're next. We can see you. You're muted.
Aloha mai Hawaiian Homes Commissioners.
Aloha.
Okay, Inamoto, mai kamokupuni a o Pi'ilani. I'm Kikoa Inamoto of Maui. I chair Paupena Community Development Corporation, or CDC, and am the elected secretary of the SHA, or Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead Associations, and the president of the SHA Maui Lanai Mokupuni Council. I favor agendized item G1, approval of the Maalama Cultural Park Special Area Plan in Kakai and Molokai. Specifically, I endorse the SHA Molokai Mokupuni Council to be named manager of this cultural park, which sits on a prized 4-acre homelands parcel. Transferred from DLNR to the Hawaiian Homes Trust in 2014, the parcel is prize-worthy because it presides on Molokai's south shore in the center of Kakai and has the Friendly Isles only wharf. 3 canoe clubs, Va'akapai Mua, Molokai Canoe Club, and Kukuio Molokai make their home on or by the property. As a state homelands leader, I espouse beneficiary management of this and all feasible Hawaiian Homes Commission Act federal trust lands. Likewise, Paupena CDC seeks to manage a 5,057-acre Waiahuli Keokea homelands tract. Indeed, Norman Abihai and I co-founded Paupena CDC in 2016 in order to repatriate the prized parcel from a quarter century of non-beneficiary use. We felt that DHHL unjustly had been leasing the tract to a non-Hawaiian rancher at nickels on the acre for 24 years. Also in 2016, Pa'upena mailed to DHHL Land Management Division, or LMD, a non-homesteading land use application to manage the acreage. The upcountry parcel is prizeworthy because of its sheer size, its geography in the heart of Maui, its USGS monitor well. Furthermore, the tract contains Pu'uokali exclosure with reportedly the last extant dryland forest in the archipelago. In 2018, following Pa'upena's focused advocacy, DHHL advocated the non-Hawaiian ranchers lease and 3 other non-beneficiary leases to more than 5,000 Maui trust land acres. Pa'upena had presented to the commission in 2017 a PowerPoint on the CDC's vision for the parcel, including a Kula-Tikihe thoroughfare bordered by 1,200 subsistence ag lots, all surrounded by cooperative farm plots and community grazing fields. One may access the PowerPoint at website pa'upena.org, page 8. Next month, Aina Archaeology will provide a draft archaeological survey to fulfill Pa'upena's 2-year due diligence right of entry on 127 of the 5,000 acres. An ROE the commission granted apparently to assess Pa'upena's land management capacity. Meanwhile, at yesterday's board meeting, Pa'upena principals discussed that LMD may be planning to divide the 5,057 acre Waiahuli-Keokea tract and lease portions of the acreage. Pa'upena directors request DHHL transparencies in such land use matters. We seek department and commission regard for the CDC's 6-year-old application for Pa'upena to manage the tract. Above all, Pa'upena supports beneficiary input and preference in self-governance over our own trust lands. On behalf of Pa'upena CDC and the Sha'a Maui Lanai Mokopuni Council, I endorse 1, the Malama Cultural Park Special Area Plan, 2, the Sha'a Molokai Mokopuni Council being named manager of the park and its plan, and 3, beneficiary management of all feasible Hawaiian Homes Commission Act federal trust lands. In conclusion, I quote Kamehameha e Kolu Ali'i, who pronounced this ike 179 years ago in 1843, and I quote, "Ua mau ke ea o ka aina I ka pono. The sovereignty of the land is perpetuated in fairness." Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Kikoa. Any questions for Kikoa? Okay, seeing none. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, ahuiho.
Okay. Next speaker is Kapole Kili'i.
Aloha kako, 1 second, kalamai. Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
This is my first testimony, so I'm a little nervous. Aloha mai kako e Hawaiian Home Commissioners, Ovau o Kapole Ki'ili, Rebecca Kapole Ki'ili no Maui. I am a Maui waitlist beneficiary, a Punani Hawaiian Homestead Association officer, and a Hawaiian language immersion teacher at King Kekalike High School. I registered to advocate on agendized item E2, but would also like to comment on item C3 and D1A within my 3-minute time limit. Regarding the latter agendized item D1A, Homestead Services Division Status Report on Homestead Lease and Application Totals, I am number 3,096 among 3,900 on the Maui residential waitlist. Also, I sit at number 4,058 among 4,700 on the Valley Isle agricultural waitlist. Although I am not among Maui undivided interest lessees with first right of refusal to the 161 Pu'unani homestead lots, I accepted the nomination to become secretary of the Pu'unani Hawaiian Homestead Association and have committed to the position. One wonders, as number 3,096 Maui residential waitlister and on the list for 13 years, will I get a homestead award in my lifetime? For this reason, I support undivided interest lessee designation for all Hawaiian homesteaders statewide. Such designation would ensure, even in the case of one's death on the waiting list, Hawaiian Homes Commission Act Federal Trust entitlements to us as waitlist beneficiaries and to our successors for 7 generations. Concerning agendized item C-3 on Act 279, formerly known as Waitlist Reduction Act HB 2511, Permitted Interaction Group, I note that Governor Ige signed into law Monday the $600 million legislative appropriation toward homelands, infrastructure, and rental assistance. In this context, I was among 36 who attended a substantive candidates forum during last Thursday's Maui Lanai Mokupuni Council monthly meeting on Zoom. There will be new administrators and one hopes new paradigms at the county and state levels. I anticipate the Act 279 Permitted Interaction Group will help trace a new arc in the trajectory of awarding homesteads to the estimated 20,007 waitlisters and thereby move me up from number 3,096 and conceivably onto a homestead. Finally, with respect to agendized item E2 on the draft environmental assessment and anticipated FONSI determination for the Punani Homestead Subdivision water storage improvements, I welcome forward movement in this Central Maui project, and I commend Punani Hawaiian Homesteads Association for proactively preparing beneficiaries for lot selection in 2 years. Under the gentle, persistent leadership of President Debbie Mahuna, this beneficiary organization holds monthly Zoom meetings, created a Maui undivided interest contact list, and is training beneficiaries to pre-qualify for construction and mortgage loans in advance of homestead awards. E holo mua kākou no Maui no Kauai. Mahalo nui, aloha.
Mahalo Kapolei. Any questions for Kapolei? Okay, mahalo nui. Next. Debbie, you're next. Aloha. You're muted, Debbie.
Aloha.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, aloha no e Hawaiian Homes Commissioners. O Debbie Mahuna e ko'u inoa. My name is Debbie Mahuna, and I serve as president of Punani Hawaiian Homestead Association and as treasurer of Ka'ahumanu Church in Wailuku. I am a Maui undivided interest lessee, awaiting a homestead award for 17 years since I received the Hawaiian Homes lease in June of 2005. I would like to advocate on agendized item E2 concerning the draft environment assessment and anticipated finding of no significant impact determination for the Punani Homestead Subdivision water system storage improvements in Waikapu, Maui. Stuart Matsunaga, acting administrator of DHHL Development Division, and engineer Darren Okimoto of Dowling Company attended the June 13th monthly Zoom meeting of the Punani Hawaiian Homestead Association. At that time, they indicated Punani's water system storage improvements were a factor in an 18 to 24 months delay in the anticipated project timeline that DHHL had announced July 8, 2020, which translates that the first Punani turnkey home occupancy may be spring 2025 instead of spring 2023, and that project completion may be summer 2026 versus summer 2024. At that same June meeting, a County of Maui DHHL liaison position was announced. An initial 6-month job through June 30th, 2023. One hopes that liaison will be able to help the Punani development negotiate county requirements and permits to the project's finish line with all due speed. Also at the last month's meeting, Stuart mentioned DHHL staff vacancies and his own kuleana to guide homestead projects statewide. In this context, the Maui Homeland's leadership favors the department naming a DHHL project manager specifically for Valleyau developments. A Maui project manager would be able to focus and expedite the more than 1,000 Valleyau homestead lots in the pipeline in the next 4 to 6 years at Honokowai, Leali'i 1B, Waiahuli undivided interests, and of course, Pu'unani subdivision. On behalf of the Punani Hawaiian Homestead Association and other 17 years Maui undivided interest lessees awaiting Pu'unani lot awards, I say thanks and Godspell to Stewart and the Land Development Division staff. We appreciate them and Darren Okimoto and Dowling Company for their continued work on water system storage improvements and the other aspects of Pu'unani Homestead Subdivision. Mahalo.
Okay, mahalo, Debbie. Any questions for Debbie? Not. Thank you very, very much for your support.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that's it for our public testimony this morning. Next, we'll go to the consent agenda. And then I will ask for number D2. On agenda item D8, I'll ask for item 12, referencing Kaimana K. Swan Merit, to be removed from the consent agenda, and we'll take it up tomorrow. Okay. Yes. Okay, and Zachary will recuse himself from item D2.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with those two changes, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes.
Or consider staff recommendation? Mike? Second, somebody?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr.
Yes, go ahead, Patty.
Thank you. First of all, thank you. I wanted to thank a beneficiary from Papaclia for these beautiful lace. First of all, mahalo. Appreciate them. And thank you, Juan. I have a question on item 7, page 7 on the
E7?
yeah, on the page 7, number 19.
I'm sorry, which agenda item? Commissioner?
I'm sorry. Let me go back. Approval of assignment of leasehold interest.
Assignment of leasehold interest.
Yeah. Page 5, no,
D8, yeah.
page 7, item 19. On DC,
Sorry, did you say number 18?
number 19.
19.
So my question was, I understand this gentleman was here last month on requesting for ROE. And so he's now on this agenda item for, is it because he has a lot, agriculture and residential lot? He has 2 lots that he's giving up ag? What is, how do you explain? I mean,
Well, number 19 is, again, it's part of D18, where we
Yeah.
are here today for commission's approval, including number 19 to approve, for you to grant approval for Mr. Scheid to transfer his lease to his mother, Ruth.
so he's on the list on residential and ag?
I'm not sure what his applicant status is, Commissioner. I can follow up on that, but he does hold an agricultural lease, lease
Okay.
number 6620,
Correct.
which he is requesting approval from this commission to transfer that lease to his mother.
Okay, so I checked, he's on a residential, he's on the list as a waitlister. So am I to understand you cannot be on an ag list and then a regular residential? Is that why he's giving up the ag? I'm just trying to understand his motive.
Okay, just going back with regards to a beneficiary who's 50%.
Uh-huh.
A individual can elect to be on a residential application list, as well as either a agricultural wait list or a pastoral wait list of the beneficiary's choosing.
What does that mean? So can you be on the regular residential wait list and also have an ag be on the ag lot wait list?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh, you can.
Yes.
Okay, so
and you can also hold a leasehold property and be on either the pastoral or agricultural wait list.
okay.
Excuse me,
so-
Commissioner Teruya. I believe is this regarding what a lessee may hold on the island of Oahu?
Yes.
Okay, on the island of Oahu, because of land constraints, this is the only island
Yeah.
where you can have either an ag award or you can have a residential award, but you cannot hold both.
I see.
Although you are able to apply for both ag and residential or pastoral and residential, you are only allowed to hold, on this island, you're only allowed to hold one of the two choices.
okay.
So
that's
in the
good.
event you come up for an award,
Yes.
say you have a residential lease already, if you come up for an ag award, you have to choose
I see.
which one you want to hold on to.
Oh, okay. I see. And the other islands are different then from
The
only-
other islands,
see.
because land is not as big of a problem, the other
Yes.
islands you can hold simultaneously, you can hold a res and an ag or a res and a pastoral.
Except you cannot
Thank
have
you.
except you cannot have a residence on both.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
that's exactly right.
So
A
that's a
homesteader may
difference.
only have one residence.
I see. Thank you very much for explaining. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Yes. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions regarding?
I just have a question
That's
because I wasn't
interesting.
aware what was just shared, but
Mhm.
when did that distinction between Oahu and the rest of the?
Oh, that's been on the admin
Really?
rule for as long as I can remember.
So that was a former commission decided that was the way to.
That was part of the admin rules. Again, it's because of the shortage of available lands on Oahu.
So the commission adopted, the department go out and create admin rules, and then it's actually in the admin rules.
So everywhere other than Oahu, you can hold both a residential and an ag or a residential and a pastoral.
That's correct.
You just kind of have two residences.
Correct.
I
Yes.
see.
So
I
if you build,
see.
so if you start off with a residential and then you get an ag and you build a house on the ag, you gotta give up one.
But if you build a house, if you get the ag, you already have the residential, you get the ag, and then you put up a farm and
Mhm.
then you have a.
Yeah, if you just
barn and
farm without a
and
residence,
Storehouse,
then it's no problem.
it's all okay. Interesting. That's a question.
Yes, go ahead, Zachary, and then we'll come back to you.
Can that leasing turn over that ag lot to a successor?
Well, I believe your question, yes. A lessee can designate a successor whereby the property will convey to that successor upon the lessee's death. A lessee can also request to transfer that interest in that lease to another qualified Native Hawaiian or 25% Hawaiian.
Thank you. Another question. If a person has a residential lease here on Oahu currently, but also applied for an ag lease on another island, is that acceptable?
That's a residential
That's-
requirement.
That's correct. If you have a residential here on Oahu or on any other island, when you apply for an ag or pastoral, basically, if you have your residential here on Oahu, for instance, the rules mandate that your ag or pastoral also has to be on the same island on which your
Oh,
residence is.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Upon the award, say you were to apply for an ag or pastoral,
Mhm.
the rules also say that upon award of that ag or that pastoral, you have to live on the island of that ag and that pastoral.
Thank you very much. Interesting. Thank you.
Mike? Thank you, Chair.
we said that, it would probably, I would like to, have like a workshop or something today. Regarding these types of situations.
Okay. You got that, Zach?
But that wasn't what I was gonna ask initially. Okay, thank you, guys. I wanted to ask about item D6. So it's about the applications for qualified applicants. So one, this is like us, the staff, going through the process, the steps, the kumuohana and all that, and then coming to the point where we say these folks qualify.
Yes, this is part of being in compliant with the commissioner's policy, whereby one staff has affirmed or determined a beneficiary who applied to be on the wait list. We are coming to you to advise you that the applicant beneficiary has met the conditions pursuant to the act and the rules. And we're here to just advise you that the application, the applicant can be placed on the wait list because he or she has been determined to have the required blood quantum.
And I wanted to confirm the dates on the sheets are March 2022. That's when the
application date of the individual.
Application date.
Yes.
Okay.
So they will be on the applicant list based on the application date.
So a couple months then, we're on top of it then, it looks like.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, staff has been working hard to make certain that to the best of their ability to bring this as soon as we are able to confirm the blood quantum.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Chair, by the way, there is like a person that I went to high school with. Does it matter if I vote on this? No financial interest. Okay.
You can vote. Okay, any other questions?
Chair, I have one more question.
Yes.
One, the item D8, the assignments. So actually a couple questions. I see you organize the items, the first grouping under the item property, and it says property sold and amount. It says yes, and then it gives you a dollar amount. So those are where someone sold their leasehold interests.
That's the amount that the lessee and the transferee agreed upon the
Right.
sale price. Yeah.
And then toward the latter part of that same item, there's where it says NA. So those are just straight for no consideration.
That's correct.
Transfer.
There is a policy that a beneficiary cannot sell an unimproved property for consideration.
So like a vacant lot that they did no improvements to.
Oh, that's why.
Yes.
It's not because it might be an assignment to a family member or
No, not necessarily.
somebody else that
Yes.
was just for aloha, not for money.
A beneficiary is unable to sell
Okay.
a unimproved.
Unimproved.
Yeah.
So on this, we're gonna approve the D8, all these assignments. The assinors, the people passing on their leasehold interests, they automatically go back on the list?
Not automatically, it's by their choice.
So they have to go through the whole
They
process.
would have to
again.
reapply, go through the process.
But they've run the Kumo Ohana process one time before, so they don't do it again, or?
Yeah,
We still go through the process, but it'll be quicker because we have the information
Got it.
available to us.
And then the fact that they have the opportunity to go back on, they can go back on all the lists if they want to.
They go back on the list at the bottom of the list. However, there
Right.
is a provision in the rule that
That's what I was gonna ask you. Is there
Yeah,
a
the-
rule that says something about going back on the
a-
list and what qualifies
a
you?
beneficiary that's on the list who's a previous lessee, the department is to award or provide applicants on the wait list an opportunity for homestead before that previous lessee can receive another award.
So they go back to the bottom of the list, and then if people come on the list after them, you still have to consider those other folks first
Yes,
before
that's
you go back
correct.
to.
Yes.
Okay, so Yeah, let's have that part of this.
Part of
workshop. too. Yeah.
Okay. And then you'll see, they also have, under the NA, reason for transfer, giving lease to relative. So that's also explained. The sale, the relative, and then the NA, which is basically a giving to a relative for a undeveloped lot.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yes.
Real quick one more. Thank you. One, under D8, is this a lease disputement with this party?
Which one?
Under D8 that we defer for tomorrow discussion. Is this regarding a lease dispute between family? Is this a grandson?
It's
Possibly.
Kaimana is a grandson?
it's a successorship issue, and then we need to be careful that we
Okay.
don't.
Kaimana received the lease by way of successorship.
Okay.
He is now allowed to transfer that interest to another qualified.
Is he?
There's some disagreement as to whether he ought to transfer or not.
Transfer or sell?
Well, transfer with, in this case, Kaimana is selling.
I see. But not within the family,
Our understanding is that he's selling it outside of the family.
outside.
Yeah, there's no relationship to the transferee.
Okay. And so the two ladies that were here earlier this morning is, I guess they're Ohana. They're questioning the sell.
Questioning the
Yeah.
successorship
The
first, and
successorship
then
dispute. Okay. Just wanted to kind of understand what D8 was about. Thank you.
Again, just to bring some clarity, Kaimana was qualified and has been approved by this commission to be the successor to the lease.
I see.
So he's the rightful, as far as the department is concerned, we see him as the proper beneficiary to that lease.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
any other questions? Okay, if not, noting the recusal of Commissioner Helm and no, just let him recuse for the whole thing, yeah, more easy. If you don't mind.
Yes.
Okay.
Fine.
All right.
Chair, can I ask? So I have the same question. So he recuses as to the entire D2 or just his own?
I
Kuleana?
suggested that he recuse just because I think we have the votes to pass it. It just makes it cleaner. Otherwise, we're gonna have to do it step by step.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he's agreed to
I'm good.
recuse. And then we'll just remove number 10.
So moved.
Was it? D8 number 12, yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so what we're voting on is all of the consent agenda subject to the removal of D8 number 12. And we'll take that up tomorrow. Okay.
Mhm.
So we have a motion,
Yes.
right? Okay, so all those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and just noting that Pauline said aye. So with the recusal of Zachary, right?
Yes.
No, the whole thing. Yeah, just made it easier. Because we, one time we're done. Okay,
Thank you, commissioners.
all right. Okay, E1. E1, Echo 1.
Hello, commissioners. Good morning. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator for the Land Development Division. E1, I'll read the motion, and I just want to say before I read the motion that this is a collaborative effort between the Planning Office and Land Development Division. And so we appreciate Planning Office's assistance. It is recommended that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the memorandum of understanding between Hawaii Housing and Finance Development Corporation and the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for the acquisition of 9.104 acres within Village 8, Villages of Kapolei, identified as remaining Lot 2 abutting the Kaupia subdivision, further identified as Island of Oahu. Tax map key number District 1, Zone 9, Section 1, Plat 140, Parcel 159, as shown in Exhibit A, enclosed herewith. If you recall, back in May, we came to the commission with an information submittal. And because of the tight time frame, we had met with HHFDC to work out the terms, conditions of this acquisition. And so we bring that forward to the commission for approval.
Can I have a motion to approve staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Anything else or open for question?
That is it. We lay out the process that for the acquisition, and this is for the acquisition itself. It's not for the development. We would come back to the commission for the development of the parcel.
And just to point out that Kaupia, the Kaupia board supports the memorandum of agreement to do the purchase, and they've actually testified in support at the HHFDC board meeting.
That is correct, Chair.
Question. On page 2 of the submittal, under site characteristics, development assumptions, there's an expected development fee, 9 million. Is that's what your expected, right now your proposed, but not proposed, but projected budget for the development of the parcel?
That is correct.
Not a fee we pay HHFDC when we develop the parcel.
This would be the acquisition price
Of the land.
For the land. And HHFDC initially offered $9 million with the negotiation with the chair and HHFDC. We were able to reduce that to 8.25 million.
Okay. And then those funds get applied against some settlement that's outstanding, or we actually?
We'll pay them for that, yeah. Most likely out of the 600.
Yeah.
And then we'll come up with a development plan for that lot.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry. The 8.2 million is likely to come out of the $600 million allotment. And then the next step is land development division will come up with some sort of development plan for that area.
Thank you.
Chair, don't we have outstanding settlement obligations on the part of the state too?
We have, you're referring to Act 14.
Yeah.
We do, but right now the only area is Kauai, where we have specific, I guess, inventory that has to be replaced. And then there is the settlement of use of the roads and highways, which is part of I think it's in the appeals, the Intermediate Court of Appeals. So it's that action is still unsettled. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I had a question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Stuart. And thank you for this presentation. I'm so glad to hear that the Kaupia, I know the Kaupia Association support this property for this cause to see more homes there for our waitlisters. I know we're just supporting the MOU agreement, but is there a park that's going to be a community park in there somewhere, another of discussion of having that there?
Under the original HHFDC plans, there was a park proposed there. However, between HHFDC and Villages of Kapolei Association, they had worked out that improvements at the VOCA Center was adequate for the region. So our primary purpose is to homestead that area to the maximum extent possible. If there is opportunity to, if there's some remnant area or something that could be into some type of
open space,
passive type of park, then we would consider that. However, I think this opportunity really begs for homestead development, and we think that we can get approximately 60 units in this area. And so we're contemplating both lease as well as rental for this parcel, just to make maximum.
Oh,
use
rental
of this
too, that's
parcel.
nice, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So VOCA is the Villages of Kapolei. You're talking about the Villages of Kapolei
Yes.
Rec Center, yeah, they have.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you,
No,
Mr.
thank you,
Chairman.
Commissioner.
Thank
All
you.
Seeing no further questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone
Aye.
opposed? Noting that Pauline said aye. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners.
Okay. Item F1,
Aloha and good morning, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Land Management has 5 items for decision-making. First item I have with me is Shelley Carrera, one of our land agents with the Land Management Division. We're seeking the approval to issue a right of entry permit to Prometheus Construction in Hawaiian Punchbowl, Oahu, TMK listed there.
we have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So move.
Second.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, this right of entry again is for Prometheus Construction. Shelley, if you can share your purpose.
Aloha, good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
The purpose of this request is for Prometheus Construction is requesting access to DHHL lands in Pu'uwaina for use of their base yard purposes. They have been awarded 2 contracts through Land Development Division projects. And they're seeking base yard purposes for these 2 projects.
So just during the construction period, right?
Correct.
Before, a little bit after. Okay. Any question? We have some vacant land. They want to use it for a short period of time. They're gonna pay us. How much?
The time period?
Yeah.
The time period is for 1 full year with an additional 4-month period extension if necessary.
Chair, I have a question. So on the photo, it appears that there's something on the property now. I don't know if it's structures or pola or, but has somebody been using the parcel or?
Yeah, so the photo is through Google Earth and it's dated and
Okay.
they have used the same area in the past as a base yard for
Papaclia
construction
projects.
projects that LDD had in the area as well.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Yeah, going back to the photo. So, you have this area outlined in red.
Yes.
Is everything around it suitable to be cleared and used for similar purposes as a base yard or industrial use or?
It's kind of slopey there.
Yeah, so how come just this piece is good?
Pretty much. And then as you move up towards, if you're looking at the photo, towards the Punch Bowl Cemetery up on the bottom left.
Right.
Then
It gets very steep.
Yeah, yeah.
What about the area from this outline area toward what I think is the school? Is that Is that the intermediate school right there?
Yeah, that's the elementary school.
Or elementary school?
Yeah.
What about that? Is that relatively flat and usable or?
I would think so.
Okay. Thank
See
you.
where commissioners thinking about future revenue, land revenue opportunities.
Or
Is
we
that it?
we put homes, we build homes over there if it's suitable for something.
So the area is designated as special district and currently the Papaclia Community Development Corp, they have that area as a priority project on the regional plan for that region.
That's the one they were gonna do the Kupuna
Yeah.
Center. And all of this area right there.
That whole
Picture.
The
right
entire
across, yeah.
14-acre parcel.
So what do they think about carving out a ROE in the middle of their whole area?
Yeah, so I did have a conversation with their president, Lilia Kapuni'ai, and right now it is non-exclusive access, so they'll be able to continue to access the area for due diligence purposes, and the
Okay.
construction company will erect temporary fencing. Actually, we're looking at like a permanent type of fencing. So they'll still be able to do the due diligence related to their project.
Okay.
Just
So-
for,
And the area is frequented by trespassers that take up occupancy on the area. So we have homeless situations that occur. So this will help mitigate the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Call from unknown name.
That's interesting. Oh, that's.
Call
Okay,
from
if they're not, then all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, just for the record.
thank you.
Pauline
Item
said
number-
aye.
Item number F2, LMD is seeking the approval of First Amendment to license number 559, issued to Papaclia Community Development Corporation, or better known as PCDC, in Papaclia, Oahu, TMK listed there.
Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move. Second.
We also have member present from the association, Lilia Kapuni'ai. You want to come up? While we're waiting for Lilia, Shelley, you can share. Submit.
This, sorry to interrupt, but this is the parcel we just was talking about, what you just was sharing with us.
No, this is the community center.
Okay.
in this area. So the Papaclia Community Development Court desires the First Amendment to their existing license. Sorry, 559 for the purpose of extending their license for an additional 20 years. Commencing on July 23rd, 2022 and terminating on July 22nd, 2042. So the department has reviewed the information that they submitted and for that reason recommends, Land Management Division recommends approval on the motion.
Would you like to add anything? Gonna use the mic.
Aloha kakahiaka, commission members, chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and allowing us to put this agenda item on for consideration, for your consideration. I'd like to just say, I have a couple things real quick. Thank you, Shelley and Kahana, for being super supportive of us. Regarding the former item that you guys took action on at Pu'owaina, we're in support of that, and Shelley has been fantastic in working with us and getting our feedback throughout, trying to figure out what do we do with the parcel because of the folks that continually go on the parcel. And so it also helps us by having this right of entry, because by having presence there, then it eliminates folks constantly coming on, going around the fence, going over the fence, whatever. So that's been really helpful for our community. So we are in support of that right of entry. We've been doing planning work with Group 70. They're our contractor, and we've come up with charrettes for the parcel for the Native Hawaiian Education and Culture Center. and for the Kupuna Assisted Living Support Center that would go on the Prospect Street side. So we're still in the planning phases. We're gonna finish our third charrette by the end of our final charrette by the end of August. And then our plan is to continue with our due diligence and our environmental planning. So we have been working together. And so I really mahalo for having such wonderful staff who continue to connect back with us. Regarding the agenda item in front of you now for the Papaclia Community Park and Center, this is pretty, the center itself is really pretty cool. The center is in the center of Papaclia. This has been the Kupuna's desire to keep this center within the community, keep management within the community for over 20 years now. That has been the desire of the Kupuna and the community. And we take great pride in taking care of this facility. Let me see. We've done a lot of work to date. The building is, is aging. And so we've done a lot of work to try to make improvements along the way. This summer, should be August, we have a brand new playground coming that we're gonna put up on the open. There's 2 basketball courts. We held community meetings. We're gonna put a brand new playground up on the open court. And we've cleared out where the place where the playground used to be. We've completely taken all the old material out, and we're making it a larger lawn for people to have parties or whatever outside. So this playground has been, it's been a long time coming. And so we finally have it, and it's on, it should be on its way shortly so we can put it up. Some of the other things that we're looking to do at the facility, at some point we have to replace the gym. So I've had engineers come on, and I have proposals, 3 different options to replace the gym. So we're working on fundraising for that as well. And we've been doing a lot of activities out of the park and center with Kula and PCDC. We've been offering various cultural programs, Hawaiian language programs, and that's been actually pretty fun. And of recent, we were participating in the King Kamehameha Day Parade, and we've doing a bunch of stuff. Commissioner Helm joined us for Hano Hano Kuhio last year. And so we've been making that really Hano Hano Kuhio, and honoring Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalaniana Ole has been one of the things that we've been holding up and trying to promote and do more things to share more about his legacy. And as you see in your submittal, we have a number of entities that have submitted letters of support. There are letters of support that were not included that came after your packet, after everything was submitted. And also, I don't know if you folks got the testimony. There are individuals that sent testimony, but they didn't receive any response back. So they were sending me their testimonies via email. So I just wanted to let you know that I also have, I don't know whom you received from Leah, but I also have a bunch that was emailed to me. Okay, and so anywho, I really appreciate your time and taking this up. We love this center. It's pretty much the center of everything we do. In Papaclia, everything occurs there. And we look forward to welcoming you all this evening at Stevens.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Any questions for staff? Lydia?
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And mahalo again for this beautiful lace. Did your organization, did you folks receive 2022 GIA on your on CIP funding for your proposed plans?
No, we didn't. We didn't apply for 2022 GIA funds this year just because
2021, I mean.
Or
Yeah.
2021. Yeah, we didn't apply for funds because we've been blessed to receive federal dollars since 2019. And that really, it's the federal grant monies that we received that carried the entity, carry the entity and also supported the park through COVID. If we didn't have our programmatic grants in hand, we would not have been able to operate the park. And so that really helped us keep the doors open at the park. And it allowed me to also extend usage of the park to those entities who also were taking a hit from COVID and couldn't afford to pay regular facility usage. So it's that grant monies that helped me help us maintain the park. So I didn't apply because I had so much federal dollars. And so I thought, we'll just work with that for now and then circle back in the future for the basketball court and of course for the Native Hawaiian Education and Culture Center that we're looking to build.
Great. I'm glad to know that you have grant funding in place. You're doing such a great job in Papaclia. The community center is needed. All the beneficiaries, I notice they gather there. You know, I had the opportunity to visit though. But thank you so much. Great work. Thank you.
Mahalo nui.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to, when we do have the formal blessing, I will invite all of you for the playground.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you very much.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
As much as I enjoyed Shelley's write-up, I think my favorite part was going through all the letters attached of support. And I just want to mention, I think you did a good job because going through, I had to figure out you had partners that you do a lot of good work with. You had vendors that are providing services to you. And then I saw the sports teams that are using facilities. So I think that I want to mention that because you know, all of those people are supportive of you and they weren't mentioned in our discussion. So good job and mahalo not only to you folks, but to all these folks for working with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Any other?
Very nice.
Welcome. Any other questions? Pauline, you're on mute. You're on mute, Pauline.
I want to express my strong support for this recommendation. I think Papaclia and this particular organization with Kula have really improved Papaclia and given a lot of hope to the beneficiaries, and we would like that to continue. And I strongly support this effort. And thank you for all of your work. Mahalo.
Thank you, Pauline. Okay, with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
LMD seeking the approval to request of surrender of general lease number 152 from Aloha Veterinary Center Incorporated, located in South Hilo, Kaihana Industrial Subdivision in South Hilo, Island of Hawaii, TMK 322060045.
Okay, can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Okay,
Mark, if you want to proceed.
So this particular surrender is a general lease that is set to expire in 2024. The lessee has already vacated the building over a year ago, but has been paying the ground rent pending a decision on their part for future disposition. The lessee finally decided that their best move forward, because they have a new facility on fee simple property, is to surrender the property back to the department.
any questions, commissioners? Mike?
Thank you, Kahana. Thank you, Mark. What are our plans with this location?
This particular property is located right in the center of the Hilo Industrial District. We've only got notified about their desire to surrender this lease within the last 60 days. Currently, we don't have a disposition in place. We are just going forward to bring it back into the department inventory at this time.
So Chair, what happens when like property like this gets back into our inventory? Do we solicit or what actually? takes place?
We'd review the property, see what kind of shape it's in. And then if there's any infrastructure that was built that is of value, it would be added to the appraisal. And then that appraisal would be used to go out. back
And
up.
currently there is a structure, kind of a older structure, office building, open warehouse type thing. So that's something to consider. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the age and condition of the infrastructure, I mean, the structure itself is rather dilapidated. So we are currently working at LMD to decide what is our best course forward, whether to try and rehab the existing structure, which was built in 1969, or to demolish it and then operate as a vacant parcel.
Thank you. Dennis?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. On the conditions, subject to following conditions, are any of those conditions met yet? Or are we still working on getting those conditions met? On the submittal?
On the conditions that are set forth?
Yeah.
Yes, they
On
are.
F3?
Yes, they're currently compliant with all the
Oh,
conditions.
okay, good.
So
Good.
there's no issues
Very good.
involved with the rest.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Thank you. I see
Thank you.
Pauline said yes. F4?
Shelley back again. LMD seeking the approval of second amendment to right of entry number 704, issued to Hawaiian Telecom, to cover portions of various TMKs statewide.
May I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Welcome back to the table.
Aloha Commissioners. So the purpose of this right of entry is to amend the term to extend for an additional 12-month period, commencing on September 3rd and terminating, could terminate sooner depending on the license negotiations.
Question? Mike? No? No questions? Okay, there's no question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very, very much. We're gonna defer agenda item F5 to after the executive session and take a 10-minute break right now. Okay, everybody with a break? Okay, we'll recess. Thank you, Kana. Thank you, Shirley. Thank you, Bart. Agenda item G1. Go ahead, Andrew.
Aloha, Commissioners. Item G1, approval of the Malama Cultural Park Special Area Plan, Kona Kakai, Molokai. The recommended motion and action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the Malama Cultural Park Special Area Plan 2022 as Exhibit A, and then 2, authorize dissemination of the plan. With me today, I have Perline Fukuba, who is the project manager on the project. I believe she's there.
Okay, mahalo,
Oh,
Andrew.
there she is there.
Commissioners, may I have a motion to approve, to consider staff recommendation? Okay, move then second. Hey, Andrew, who's going to present first?
Perline will start and then Kavika.
Okay.
Perline, you're on.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. So with me is Kavika McKay. Kavika is from G70 and representing our consultants. And we may also have Cody Winchester. Thank you. On Zoom. So as Andrew said, we came before the commission in April to present the draft plan, and we're really excited to be here today for your approval for the final plan. And just as I start, I just want to extend my aloha. The Molokai community has been so warm and welcoming to us, and they are really looking forward to this plan. Commissioner Helm, you have been invaluable with your expertise and making sure we knew, the way to go. I also would like to acknowledge that our Homestead Services Division and our Land Management Division have also been a part of the planning team. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kavika.
All right. So aloha mai kako. I'm Kavika McKay, planning principal with G70. And well, first, I guess good to see everyone here in person. I think you folks are my first formal in-person meeting with any board. So this is exciting times and great to be for this project. For sake of time, let's just maybe start the presentation. Next slide, please. So Malama Cultural Park, first and foremost is a wahipana. And I just always like to start with this context of seeing the historical transition from the far left with Kala'ia Kamanu Church and the fact that the church sat upon the house site of Kapuaiwa, Kamehameha V, and that his hale was also part of a historical landscape that has continued through time. And as we move forward, the fact that the canoe clubs and other community folks see this as a vital wahipana, in the sense that pana in Hawaiian doesn't necessarily just mean ancestral place, but it's the rhythm, it's the pulse of this community. Next slide. So Malama Cultural Park, we're undertaking this special area plan, and just to kind of hone in on people's focus as to what that means. And again, probably preaching to the choir here, but really is to focus on this as a wahipana and relative to its resources, natural and cultural resources, and to the activities and uses therein to ensure the care of these resources in an appropriate manner. Excuse me. So really the special area plan is a roadmap, if you will, to ensure the completion of certain activities and tasks that will provide the focus, the attention, and the exposition of kuleana to ensure these resources are there in perpetuity. Next slide. And just to speak really briefly on the process, as you can see our roadmap here, this project started back in 2020 in July. We were about a month or two, I guess, in the near complete shutdown of a lot of services and abilities to meet with COVID. So this was actually my first project that started in the pandemic, and having, we all have to adapt to new ways of communicating with one another, learning things like Zoom and what is synchronous and asynchronous means of communication. But all to say, it still started and ended with community voices, beneficiary participation, and I give a lot of aloha again to Commissioner Helm and the community of Molokai for the way they engaged in the way they could and adapted to the nuances of working in a very digital-minded format. Where we are today, hopefully with your blessing, is to finalize this plan, and it will allow the opportunities for some of those action items to move into an implementation stage. Next slide. So I won't spend a lot of time going through this particular slide, but for us, it always starts with understanding place. And so the context, this slide represents the derivation of data, Ike, collecting of information, whether it was through maps, through past studies, through agency coordination, but more importantly, even sitting down through virtual and talking story with a lot of folks who were able to kind of tell us the story of the place, and as well as working with our consultants to conduct the necessary studies that gave us a good baseline of what we're dealing with here in Malama Cultural Park. Next slide. Again, not to go through each of these, but this is to highlight, again, that adaptation, but yet being able to work with each and every one of these community groups and associations, representation of beneficiaries, the broader community, practitioners, utilizers of the area. And I believe even in our attempts to notify, at one point, we were sending out participation requests to like 900 entities. So it was our best attempt to be as inclusive as possible. And again, much mahalo to every entity and person affiliated on that screen there. Next slide. And the last meeting that we had, which is, since we did an informational briefing with you folks, was this beneficiary consultation number 4, which was our first and only in-person meeting that we got to host there at Kulana Oiwi. And before I forget to, want to thank Juan and actually the Molokai district office and all their staff. They really took good care of us as a team, down to making sure we even had a hot meal to eat after the long meeting, and with some Ono curry hamburger stew. So much mahalo for the kindness there. But all to say, we had 13 attendees participate in this meeting. Of these 13, 6 had identified themselves as beneficiaries. And then we talked through specifics about what the plan at that time was trying to iterate in terms of types of activities. I'll remind you folks as to the strategies and getting those participants to hone in on what would be the overall preference on a management structure. And so again, that information is provided to you, I believe, in the staff report and in the plan itself. Right after we conducted this, well, actually this meeting was also the initiation of a 30-day comment period, of which we received only 1 written comment. Next slide. So to briefly highlight some of the concerns shared, or the outcomes shared, there were no concerns with the overall management goals and strategies as shown in the draft SAP. And that meeting also allowed us to verify that the management structure, as discussed in the plan itself, mainly to start with what seems organic at present, with multiple entities helping to steward different facets or parts of the park, and that over time, this could evolve into an umbrella model management structure. There was some concern with the organizational capacity to manage the park space, and that not all entities may have the experience necessary in park management. And this was critical, with Commissioner Helm also providing us some advisement that although we were probably looking to create a volunteer base to start with this, that there was an option on the discussion table about perhaps having a third-party vendor to help with some routine maintenance until such time there could be sufficient capacity to build that care into long-term programming. And one request was that future meetings with beneficiaries should be held as part of any disposition process. So we noted those things. Now, the next several slides, I won't go through each of them, but this is just to highlight. So between that evening and the comment I received, overall, there were about 22 comments in general. Nothing too surprising to us, but if we can maybe go through the next couple of slides here quickly. Next slide, please. Again, this is all in your staff report, but just to highlight on this page, and again, that's a lot of words here, but really looking at concerns of not to overdevelop, but actually as a special area plan, it's to preserve mostly open space, care and maintenance of the park and its facilities, to ensure things like trash and litter, and issues pertaining to the care of the site, biological resources, the wetlands, the care of the platform as an important historic resources, addressing things like coastal erosion, sea level rise over time, ensuring that the clubs themselves, the canoe clubs that is, have a space in place, and that over time, this really starts to evolve into a place that can be celebrated into perpetuity. Now, there are some unique nuances that came up as comments, and so and maybe we can hold on this slide here. Thank you. That again, the mention of beneficiary approval for commercial activities before the issuance of a land disposition. It was requested that DHHL would consider a consultation meeting to seek beneficiary approval of any entity's requested activities. One thing that's unique to this area is soil contamination that comes from external to the park itself. And so again, Department of Health and Chevron are working on an agreed methodology, and DHHL has been, I guess, kept up to date as to that methodology. And that for now, a key thing to highlight here is that any ground disturbing activities may require continued communication and consultation with DHHL and DOH to develop a construction environmental hazard management plan. So that's really the nuances of the consultation process. Now to quickly take us through, okay, what does the plan say at a high level? We approach this from the standpoint of seeing this area as one holistic wahipana, but treating it into 4 unique zones, of which we have the canoe zone, the wetlands, the platform, and then this community-focused zone. If you recall that, next slide, please, we have 5 management goals. And again, just to highlight here, to maintain the park to serve as a special place for the community, to protect and restore and maintain habitat for native plants and animals, protect and perpetuate the cultural knowledge, resources, and practices that are unique to this place, to provide opportunities to generate community economic development, and to ensure opportunities for place-based education. These 5 need to work holistically together to develop what we call this transition from, we call it existence value, where recognizing the existence of resources is like the first step or tier of awareness. But what we're trying to evolve ourselves to, I think with this plan, is what I would call ancestral competency, to have such an intimate understanding of the relationship to this place over time, to understand the nuances of impacts, past, present, and future, that whoever becomes the long-term stewards will actually help to ingrain in this community that sense of ancestral kuleana or obligation. Next slide. Now, these slides you've seen before, and again, they're in your packet. I just wanted to quickly highlight where things have changed or been modified. So on goal 1, we added or just modified the inclusion of improving water delivery and access. Again, understanding that any long-term provision of things like a bathroom or a need for a pavilion with a water sink, those kinds of things would require connection to county services. So we added that in there. And in the plan itself, we actually have a couple of ideas as to how that objective can be achieved. Next slide. In goal 3, it was inferred, but we were advised to be more emphatic that we ensure the perpetuation of va'a culture in this place. Va'a culture is a key cornerstone, and I'd say actually it's a pohaku kihi. It's a foundational stone to the essence of this place, and that in that light, to segregate out the specific strategy to support the development of a new halau va'a for canoe club use. So that was another change. And really, those are the only things that have changed in either the identification or wording of the goals themselves. Next slide. Again, quickly, just to remind everyone here, we went through some management options. So, of course, first option would be a single entity, having someone identified or an organization that has the capacity, capability, and a proven experience to take on the stewardship of this almost 5-acre park. That's the first management option. The second, next slide, please, is perhaps the end goal, where we have one umbrella entity that has the capacity, but in working with different folks like the canoe clubs or another nonprofit, or perhaps someone who wants to do a farmer's market. But really, it's the umbrella entity that maintains that one relationship with the department, and the department is only working with one vendor, if you will, or one lessee or licensee, and then they take care of all the other kuleana in terms of the park actions. The third, next slide, please, is what we're advising or saying kind of exists today. You have the presence of canoe clubs there that are hoping to formalize their relationship through this disposition process with you folks as soon as this plan is approved. And that maybe over time, there could be other things like folks who want to focus on the wetland restoration, folks who want to maybe do a field school or do a cultural service focus on the restoration of the Malama platform. Again, those are kind of tied into people's individual, I say people, but organizations' individual interests, capacities, and sense of kuleana. Next slide. And this one we threw on the table. Really, it never garnered a lot of energy, and to some degree, it doesn't really make sense, but it was part of our initial consideration, where you have multiple entities over all the parks. So you have maybe a group that wants to care for the platform and the other historic resources, or you have someone that wants to do the care of the coastal area and then maybe do a farmer's market. It does that, this particular scenario really doesn't really make a lot of sense. It didn't get a lot of traction. So we noted, but we've since moved on. Next slide. And again, just to highlight this quick conversation we've had as to what a third-party vendor's roles and responsibilities would be. And again, we're still working on, I think the plan emphasizes what this could be, but it would probably take some more conversation to finalize that understanding. But in essence, to Commissioner Helm's advisement, this might be a good place to start to consider in terms of providing at least some basic care of maintenance to the park. And as groups would come online and take on specific projects in that capacity, perhaps funding from other sources would come into play relative to the organizational relationships to those funding sources. Next slide. I really apologize, this is really hard to see on the screen, but this is just a physical representation of everything I just spoke about and all those goals and things to put it physically onto a map and provide this basically the roadmap in a physical form as to where we're going. Again, the key components to point out is the preservation of open space, the provision and positioning of a new halal va'a, the care of the wetlands, inclusive of providing access, having an area of reflection or a place where kupuna can gather and feel safe, removal of the historic jailhouse, which for many the community feels like it's a reminder that people don't want to necessarily remember. And from a historical perspective, this is not its original provenience. Things like security and safety with site lighting, perimeter fencing, and addressing some of the utility needs and ensuring adequate parking are some of the outcomes of this plan, which takes us to our final slide. Again, it's been my pleasure to work on behalf or with the department, and we come before you humbly to have your consideration as the commission to approve the cultural special area plan or Malama Cultural Park special area plan, and to authorize the dissemination of its final document. Any questions? Okay. Questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zachary.
Yeah,
Or
Chair.
comments.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to commend Perlene and Andrew and staff for the outstanding work that they went through during this period of COVID. And, it was very challenging because, we couldn't meet live yet. So that, to me, that was something that we all had to go through. And also the G70, Kavika, Cody, and the team did an excellent job in collaborating and networking with the community. So I just wanted to share that with you first. But, Malama Culture Park is in the heart of Molokai. It's in the town of Kakai. And so, it's a win-win for everyone in the community, not only for the beneficiaries, but hopefully the commission will support this proposal. And we're looking forward to utilizing this park, which is in the hub of the island, which is the pier is right there. Visitors, the canoe regattas will all be there during the season, canoe season and so forth. So I look forward to enjoying that park as well. So thank you so much.
Mahalo, Commissioner. Thank you, Zach. Yes, go ahead, Dennis.
I just had a question. I always have concerns when we talk about environmental issues and or potential environmental issues. Do we know if there are any environmental issues at this point and who's the culprit of the issues?
So yeah, I went through that really quickly. So as I understand it, there's a potential of concern relative to the exposure of part of the park to seepage or exposure from adjacent land use activities relative to Chevron and working with the Department of Health through their process. Again, I don't pretend to be the expert, but as I understand it, they're working together on a plan. We were advised, and I want to make sure I bring up my right wording here because it would be inappropriate of me to just elaborate. I don't have this in my head. Give me 1 second. Apologies here. So, as I understand it, the Department of Health and Chevron are working on an agreed methodology to determine the extent of the contamination in the park. We've had meetings with the Department of Health who assured the department that it's safe to access the park right now and to do passive activities that do not involve any ground disturbing activities. However, any ground disturbing activities may require one, the communication and coordination with DHHL and the Department of Health, to then two, develop a construction environmental hazard management plan. So if we're looking to, restore the platform, build a new halau wa'a, and anything that really is quantified as ground disturbance, there will be at least a need to coordinate. As I best understand it, some of the testing that has been done has, again, I'm not the expert, so understand that there has been some potential for exposure, but to the level and extent, again, as we understand from the Department of Health, it's safe for surface level activity or passive activities.
Yeah, my concern is subterranean type things that once you dig in the ground, especially if it's near a Chevron facility or any type of fuel facility, that's some expensive remediation to get into that. And I don't want that to be borne on this association. That should be borne on the culprit. And if that's Chevron, we need to make sure that they're committed to cleaning that up if we do have a problem. Because you can easily, you could kick up dust and there could be a problem. So, and I would be concerned that, not that I'm shying away from approving this. I think it's a good plan. It's a big plan. And it's going to take some good coordination by the groups that are there. My concern is that possible health hazards without remediation would be my concern. I don't want to put our people, our beneficiaries, or the public into any kind of situation. So I would like to see that report a little cleaner. I know the Department of Health has their issue and Chevron has their issue, but Chevron's a deep pocket and the department's not. So I want to make sure that somewhere down the road that we make sure we cover that clearly. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Very, very good program. Like I say, it's a big program. When you talk about multiple entities, you're talking about an area, maybe delineating areas is probably the best way to go. Because now it gives somebody a sense of, hey, we've got this is our kuleana. We have this is our kuleana, and then we can work together to try to make the park successful. But maintaining 16,000 acres is a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of community involvement to make it work, but we wish you success. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Eddie?
Rika.
Aloha.
Thank you. I just a little what Commissioner Neves had mentioned, and I needed to understand. So the Chevron, is that were their property on the existing park that you folks are recommending, or it was across way?
It's adjacent to, yeah.
So they had leakage or some kind of leakage in that property that went to your property now that you're proposing?
That's correct. There was leakage in the pipes, and because of the way the drainage runs, a portion of the park experienced some of that contamination.
So how far away from the proposed park to where Chevron was? And how many years was Chevron there?
I want to say the leakage occurred about 50 or more years ago. And so when we talked to Chevron and the Department of Health, they have done recent testing on it and they did not find anything significant, but that's not to say that we wouldn't make sure that's followed up on. We want to make sure that there isn't continued leakage. So we would want to make sure that we stay in contact with both the department and Chevron as we move forward on dispositions.
So Chevron actually shut down and their property, their adjacent property sat there for how many years?
Oh, actually Chevron is still, I believe, active. It's old pipes.
Old pipes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Chevron provides the fuel for the power plant to provide the electricity. So it's a major necessity right now.
Yeah,
So-
okay. I just wanted to, because you had statement environmental hazard management plan, and so I thought they weren't existing anymore. It's like landfills. Landfills, they got to sit for like 20 years before you can propose any kind of recreational park on their property. And so I was just trying to understand that Maalama Culture Park was in that kind of category, but now I understand. Thank you. And I think it's a great name, Maalama Culture Park. What a beautiful name to set that atmosphere, especially in Molokai. I think it's a island of canoe paddlers. Yeah, ocean activity. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any question?
Sure, yeah.
Yes.
I believe is this the plant right next, right across the road?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my concern, my experience working in the Bay Area in San Francisco Airport, we had a lot of fuel issues. And what'll happen is the fuel sometimes will get under the ground and it'll have a big plume. So it's important that whoever's going to do the study, that they dig deep wells to find out if there's any plume deep, because that can always also rise very easily. But that would be my only concern. You know, and it really comes down to, I think federal law is that if you go all the way back to the culprit, I know at San Francisco Airport, we went back 30 years and started pulling all folks in to pay for remediation. So that would be my only concern, but I think the project looks good moving forward. Thank you.
My understanding, Dennis, is that the Department of Health is working with Chevron to identify the extent of the plume.
Right.
And part of that is they have monitoring.
Monitoring wells.
Yes, to a certain extent, monitoring wells, but they're not very deep because it's floating on the hydrocarbons are floating on the water, the salt water. So the continued monitoring, and then once I think they identify the extent of the plume, then it becomes how do you mitigate it? Right. So we should continue to advocate for regular reports on the monitoring. That should be part of the plan, and then just to make sure that we're included in any discussions going forward with DOH and Chevron.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, as we speak, the park is open right now. People can go in the park and use the park. So I think when we're going through this process of discussing about, the plans of the future of that park, one of the things that I pointed out is that I don't think the plan was to develop any more than what it is now. So, I mean, because there's an existing restroom, which is on a county property. And there's a historical site, I don't know if it is registered, but that's a Libby scale house. Is that? Yeah, that is a historical site. And, it's there, but I'm just saying people are still using that park as we speak. But I think because now DHHL is taking over, I think that's something that the community had participated how that park is going to be developed in the future. But one thing we pointed out, we didn't want to disturb, do much of any kind of a, excavation or what have you, just to protect, because we were aware of the contamination. Because a year ago, 2 years ago, they hired some people to do the testing of that soil, and they went into the park. I seen them there. There are like 20 of them, 20 people. Now, I don't know who hired them. It wasn't us, was it?
Right, I believe you're talking about Arcadis?
Yes,
Yeah.
they came and did a major assessment of the soils. I just wanted to point that out. So the park is not closed, it's still open. People still use the park. So, yeah, thank you.
Excluding any activities that involve excavation.
Right.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Chair, I have a question
Yes.
for Andrew. So the recommended action is to approve the plan and authorize dissemination. So I'm sorry if I missed this, but the next step is to share this with, if we approve it, share it with who? Go back to the beneficiary consultation.
It's generally standard language that when the commission approves a plan, we can post the plan on our website as the final plan. Sorry if that language is vague, but it's usually just general language allowing staff and administration to publish the plan as the final plan that was approved by the commission.
So the whole thing about multiple modes of management of the park being in the plan, which I kind of read as he took it out to the community and then had plenty of different ideas, and it was hard to get everybody on board. So does that come back to us before any of this gets implemented, or?
Well, one of the things that we heard in our last beneficiary consultation meeting, in beneficiary consultation meeting number 4, was when the department receives a request from a potential community partner to steward and manage a portion of the park or portions of the park, that the community asked that the department go back out with a beneficiary consultation meeting on the proposed partnership between the community partner and the department. And usually we would do that anyway, but Molokai, the beneficiaries that went to the last community meeting told us clearly that before we assign a long-term license or other type of disposition to a community partner, that we go out for beneficiary consultation prior to taking action before the commission. So those multiple modes of management, those are just ways for the department to see what specific areas need specific attention, and how do we coordinate those actions in those specific areas with other potential partners that might be interested in running the park. So it could be, as Kavika went through the slideshow, it could be one, it could be multiple, it could be multiple in a specific area. So I think we are just waiting for good proposals based on the criteria identified in the plan to help manage the park.
So good proposals, then go back out through the beneficiary consultation. So this is a long play we're talking about. We're talking about, I don't know, maybe at least a year, maybe 2 before this plan is implemented.
That would be a reasonable time frame. I wouldn't say a year is a long play, but I would say that's probably reasonable. It depends on when we start to work with our land management division to work on potential agreements with potential partners, and when we start to actually get.
And then in the interim, the status quo is what it is right now, right? Which is multiple groups have kind of their own area.
Well, the status quo is we don't have any long-term disposition at the park right now. The park needs more attention and management. So this is our recommendation on how we provide the park more attention and more management moving forward.
So my last point, when we get to that point about the management, although I understand what Dennis was saying about the separate groups, and they're already using separate areas. My thought is that you gotta have one chief who, because they all cross over, they all affect each other. Somebody has to be able to resolve those kind of cross uses or how they affect each other. Otherwise, it's just gonna come back to the department all the time. So it gotta be the right chief, right? Gotta be the right person who has that level of knowledge and respect for everybody that can do that. Anyway, but I guess that comes back to us before we entertain proposals from people who want to serve them in the process.
Correct.
Thank you.
And the hope is that'll develop organically.
Somebody will
amongst
rise
the group.
to the top.
I think that's the only way it's going to happen in that part of Molokai.
I'm looking for Zach. I thought Zach was going to be there.
I retired long time ago. And for the next generation.
If there are
I had one
no-
more, I think. Yes. And I think, thank you, Commissioner Russell, for bringing those points up. And especially for a park on Hawaiian homelands. And it's just a comment because I see a lot of parks on Oahu, on Hawaiian homelands, and it got turned over to the county. Until today, the county does a terrible job in maintaining the park. They do. And we've had a lot of difficult times, beneficiaries and regular citizens trying to get the parks look up to par. And these are all on Hawaiian homelands. And so I guess my concern to all of this is the maintenance of the park, maintenance of the restrooms, the entire parcel of that park would be an area that we'll totally have to discuss when it comes to us again, Andrew, is that, and what is the cost on the department's kuleana when we move forward, especially the maintenance of a park. It's difficult. We have such a hard time in Oahu, a lot of areas of maintaining parks, facilities, restrooms, sewer, all of these combination of things. So I enjoyed this discussion. Thank you, and look forward to further discussing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, there are no further questions. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair.
Andrew, let me do a quick time check. What are we?
Oh, we do have some guests in the waiting room for G2.
What do you say? Andrew, G2, we're gonna wait because we're very close to the executive session right now, and it's gonna take a little bit longer. So I'm gonna ask Lehua to come up and do C1. And then it's most likely right after that, we'll go into the exec session. Okay, Lehua, thank you.
Okay.
Aloha Chair, members of the Commission, Lehua Kinilau Kano with the Government Relations Program. So what you have before you is the draft annual performance report covering from July 1st, 2021 through June 30, 2022. Really, the acceptance is next month, so this gives you folks the time to review and see if you have any questions. I do want to note, I just thank our fiscal office because obviously, as you folks know, this was the fiscal year that just ended. So they have to give me all the information required. There is one difference between what was submitted and the actual. There was a $15,028 expenditure in planning and administration that should be in this fiscal year, not last fiscal year. So instead of being $7,354,450, it should actually be $7,339,422 is what was expended using the HASDA funds. Keeping in mind, that's the chart on the second page shows that we're about where we've been the last 3 fiscal years. But when you add in, we will be presenting next month an abbreviated annual performance report for the $5 million in American Rescue Plan funds that we use for rental assistance. And the $5 million in the state funds, our actual expenditures for last year was $17 million. That's about the area we want to be expending the funds going forward, given our congressional delegation allocating $22.3 million this current fiscal year. So that's the level of expenditure we'd like to see going forward. So just letting you folks know about those. Overall, we've either met or exceeded our budgeted expectations with the exception of 2 areas. I'll walk quickly through it. HP1, the 2021 CIP projects mainly funded engineering that's going on in East Kapolei 2C. Hp2 Developer Financing, we just finished our financing with Gentry. They returned, basically initially used 10 million of NAHASDA, but 5 million was reimbursed with trust funds because there weren't that many families that were 80% and below. But we just got the 5 million back, and about 29 of the units in Ko'ula Kaha'i were financed with for NAHASDA eligible families. Those funds will come back and need to be dispersed before we can continue to draw down from the HASDA funds. The third area, homeowner financing, is financing either construction or purchase of homesteads statewide. HP4's home assistance program, that's our home repair program. We've primarily been focused on Ho'olehua Molokai, but we do have other areas that we continue to assist. Older homestead communities is the priority. HP5 is the rental operating subsidy. That's the subsidy that goes to the Waimanalo Kupuna housing. And we've been able to assist 79 kupuna with subsidizing their rent so we can keep it affordable for those kupuna. HP6 is the rental vouchers. These rental vouchers are while the home is in repair or demolition new build. Those lessees need to rent while their home is being replaced. So we've been able to assist lessees with that rental while their home is being constructed. The Emergency Rental and Utilities Assistance Program, we dispersed 1.5 million in NAHASDA funds. And this was in addition to the other funds I referenced earlier to help. These NAHASDA funds specifically went to Native Hawaiians who are eligible to reside on Hawaiian homelands. Our other funds is what we use to assist the broader Native Hawaiian community. Housing counseling, we've been able to continue to assist those who are income eligible with housing counseling while they're getting either their rental assistance or their homeowner assistance. We require our NAHASDA eligible families to go through housing counseling. The homeowner assistance, we used a lot of NAHASDA funds to get started, the 2.875, because even though we had submitted our plan to Treasury before the state of Hawaii, Treasury worked with the states first before working with Indian tribes, and DHHL was included in the tribal bucket. So in the meantime, we were using NAHASDA to assist families, and now we do have our Treasury funds and we're beginning to use those funds instead. The existing potable water infrastructure improvements, we've continued to support Anahola and Ho'olehua water improvements, and we will see more expenditures from this going forward. I think Stuart's already identified some of those additional funds he was requiring. Housing conversion is basically a building in Kalailoa that we will be rehabbing and using for transitional housing. So we've been doing all of the planning work for that, and we expect an RFP on that to go out next year. Well, this year, this current fiscal year we're in. Property acquisition is what we've been working. We have PBR as our vendor, and they've been identifying lands throughout Oahu that meet certain criteria. We want to make sure the land is suitable and doesn't have any type of environmental issues in that regard. And they've been working with us to identify some of those lands for potential acquisition. And some of this information is also being used to support any activities for the $600 million as well. Crime prevention, we weren't able to disperse or get a contract in place, but we are looking for this current fiscal year. I think with all of the activity that happened last year with the legislation that was proposed by this body, and then the legislation that came out, and then now there's a feasibility study. We hope we can work collaboratively with that effort on how to move forward to address any crime prevention. Again, this is geared to households that are 80% and below. So we need to substantiate that for HUD purposes. So that sort of really is a quick overview of what's in the annual performance report. As I stated, we've either met or exceeded with the exception of 2 areas. And we feel confident that we can continue to expend these funds that we receive from the federal government.
Okay, questions? Let's start with Dennis first and then come to you, Zach.
Yeah, like you mentioned the housing conversion for transitional housing. How many, is that a single house or is that multiple units? Or?
It's multiple units that we have in Kalailoa. It was used as basically by the military when they were there. So
yeah, the ex-military house.
So it's like studios.
Oh, great.
And so the intention is to we're not going to do anything to the outside, just to make it livable so that we will be going out for some consultation on this next month.
Great.
So we'll have more information about
how many units are we looking at?
I think I don't want to misstate. I think it's about 20 units is my understanding.
Great.
20, yeah.
Works right towards our plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zach?
Thank you, Chair. Lehua, how does a beneficiary apply for a home replacement?
the home assistance
Yeah,
program.
how does a beneficiary, what does he have to do?
So
She-
typically they come through our, through NAHASDA. The initial step is we determine income eligibility, because if you're over income, then we're unable to assist at that point. If we determine that they're income eligible, we then walk them through the next steps. If it's home repair, they qualify for up to $100,000. So there's no financial requirement for that. But if it's something like home replacement, it's a much bigger, I guess, obligation to fulfill. And so we work through all of the documentation that's required. And then once we determine, we send out an inspector. So we have a contractor that goes out and determines what are the health and safety improvements that are needed and prioritize based on that.
So this information that you just said, is it located at the district office where they can find out more about it?
So we've been working closely with our district offices, really grateful. We've met with, thanks to Juan and his staff, we've met with the district managers, let them know about NAHASDA. And we try to work as closely as we can. Not all of them are up to speed with being able to explain the information. So we're more than happy to walk families through to assist whatever is needed for our lessees.
Okay, so the housing replacement or under NAHASDA, is it currently only for Ho'olehua, Kalamaula, and Big Island,
Keokaha.
Keokaha? Is that
So it's the
correct?
older homesteads for sure.
Right.
So it is Ho'olehua, Kalamaula, Keokaha. We've even started to assist on Oahu because those homesteads are old as well. So Nanakuli, Papaclia, Waimanalo. And then we've also started to enter into some of the oldest homesteads like Maui. I think you folks heard from Alessi last month. Our staff went and met with the lessee that came and spoke about his issues. I don't know if you remember from last commission meeting. Anyway, Paukukalo, and then we've also had requests on Kauai in some of our older homestead areas, but it's always the oldest homesteads. The only time we will go into newer homesteads is if it's like ADA kupuna type requirements. But other than that, it's older homestead communities.
So we don't reach out to these people. They gotta go and make the initiative to go and find out about this program. Is that how it works?
Typically, that is how it works. We do get inquiries that come in when enforcement goes out or some of the district offices go out, but typically it is for the lessee to come to the department. I mean, we can, if it is your preference to do that, but keep in mind that, you know, we have quite a bit of other resources. And I think this commission has identified as helping assisting applicants on the wait list who never had an opportunity. So we've tried to be more strategic about how we go about.
Okay. So do you have like a number, like the amount of replacement homes identified for each, like Ho'olehua, how many will the department assist, like Kalamaula, how many? Do you have like a number?
So I can get that for you. We do have our environmental review where we've identified the total number in each homestead area. So I have that for Ho'olehua, Kalamaula, and Keokaha, because we've done those overall environmental reviews. So I can get that and we can provide that for you.
Yeah, you see, the reason I'm asking these questions is I know there's quite a few, you know, homesteaders that's, you know, their homes are so, I mean, it's beyond repair and they're still living in these homes.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't know, you know, nobody's reaching out to them or giving them some advice as to where do they go for this program, you know? So I'm just wondering, you know, because just in my street alone, I know there's quite a few homes that, and I know you just finished one right down my street,
Mm-hmm.
but there's some homes that, you know, I don't know how they can still live in those.
Okay.
But I just was wondering.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Chair, have them reach out.
Chair.
Contact. Yes.
Question.
Yes.
So that you just talked about with Commissioner Helm, that's all AHP 9
AHP4, the Home Assistance Program.
So 561,000 was spent in 2021 on those kind of activities.
Yes.
So AHP9, the
Yes.
biggest line item. What's the nature, what is under
That
that
one
line
was
item?
the COVID responding to lessees who needed help. Because we did, what happened was when we went out for rental assistance for applicants on the wait list, we started getting inquiries from lessees who've been similarly impacted by COVID. And they started asking for similar assistance for utilities, for mortgage assistance. So that's the assistance
Okay.
for that.
So once they found out about it, then we started getting more requests for these kind of.
Well, or as people are getting impacted by COVID, right?
So responsive to Commissioner Helm's comment, can we put together like a brochure or a website that just highlights those specific programs that, you know, beneficiaries might be interested in and gives like a little blurb about what it is and then piques them to call in and ask you or whomever whether they qualify. But I was gonna ask, is the concern that if we advertise it that
That's
way,
part of the
we get
concern.
run over by
Yes, that's
requests?
part of the concern. And again, I think this commission's preference has been for applicants, right? So lessees already had the opportunity of a homestead, and now we're giving them additional resources for home repair or home replacement. When, how much of that is the kuleana of the lessee to?
The number you gave, the total number 7,339.
422.
422.
Yes.
And that's because the planning and administration line item.
Yeah, there was a $15,020 expenditure that should be in this current fiscal year that was unintentionally put. And again, I'm so grateful because we just closed the books, right? So
Minus 15,000. how much?
28 comes out to the 7,339,422 number.
And then my last question, AHP 12.
Yes.
Property acquisition.
Yes.
18,000.
Mhm.
That's really like due diligence, right? It's not
Yes.
acquiring property.
We're doing all the.
Just checking.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Hi, Lehua, aloha. So when they talk about home rehabilitation, I guess I'm looking at several homes in Old Division, as Nanakuli you mentioned. And I'm wondering, these homes that need rehabilitation and that are on Homestead, I'm wondering how they ever get compliance, because some of their homes are like, the rooftops is with tarp. It's really in bad shape. So how do they ever get covered for insurance? That would be my question. If the houses look so bad shape, and I trust me, I've seen a lot of on Moke'ave, you have a lot of different homes that sit and they still live there. So my question is, how do you be in compliance with your lease if an insurance company would ever cover a house like that? I mean, that would be a question that for the lessee. I mean, and maybe some of them cannot afford to repair their house, and they still live in homes like that, or it's just in really, really bad shape. And so that was one of my discussion. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the Kalailoa that you mentioned on the proposal. Is that the old military officers headquarters?
Yes.
The studios, 20
Yes.
units? When you say transition, what is it going to be transition
So
for
it's for-
incarceration?
No, it's for beneficiaries who right now are homeless and that they
Okay.
need to get into suitable housing to get them to transition into something more permanent. So that's the intention. But this is specifically geared to beneficiaries.
Beneficiaries,
Yes.
okay. So I know the outside is in good shape, but it's the inside, the water. I understand the water cannot even be used in there in the studios, yeah?
Yeah, so yeah, it needs to be
So is
rehab.
that something that the department would put funding into repair?
Would use NAHASDA funds to do
Oh,
that.
NAHASA funds, okay, good. Okay, so that's great. The other one is the housing counseling. Is that a year-to-year RFP bid for that description, housing
Not-
counseling?
Not necessarily year to year. We did go out to bid. We had one vendor that we used when we first launched our rental assistance program. And now we have Hawaiian Community Assets under contract. So they're assisting people who either get rental assistance, homeowner assistance, or even if they're existing applicants and are trying to get into a home, or existing lessees who need any type, but they have to meet NAHASDA income eligibility requirements.
Got it, got it. And lastly, thank you so much for the COVID DHHL rental relief program. I think we did so well with your team, helping a lot of beneficiaries during the COVID rental relief, along with CNHA and the capacity that you guys did. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Betty. Just to answer your question regarding the insurance. The insurance is required as part of any mortgage type situation. So once a loan is paid off, there actually is no requirement for insurance.
Okay.
That's up to the lessee. They'll take that risk if they don't have it.
Yeah, and so I mention that because I see so many in my area, so many houses that are so in bad shape that, and they still live there. And I'm just wondering, even with the yard and overgrown and the houses, roofs are going down. I mean, how do we reach out to see if, one, they need help, two, do they want to help? I mean, and that's just sort of a ongoing discussion. Thank you, though.
So it is incumbent upon the lessee to take care of their house, right? So that is, in fee simple world, people take care of their houses.
Yeah.
So also I would.
But I know it's a fee simple, but sometimes we really don't know, maybe, grandma died, husband died, one income, something went wrong there. And it's just kind of sad to see the house is still holding on by termites. And that people still have to live like that, but it's just a comment. Thank you, Lihua.
It's a tough situation where, we have a lessee who has had the benefit of a lease and a residential property, and we still have people on the wait list, right? So how do you take the resources that we have and apply it fairly? That's the question, but there is this opportunity in some cases to apply NAHASDA.
Yeah, that would be great for the beneficiaries to apply for some kind of funding for that purpose. Yeah.
So if there are no more questions, there is one testifier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lihua.
Oh, hang on. Yes, go ahead, Randy.
Lihua, mahalo for your report and for your continuing ability to manage this program the way you do. You mentioned, and I understand the law enforcement piece was put on pause because of the statewide initiative to create that new department. So, and I do appreciate that it's still on our radar with a feasibility study. But I don't know if you can answer this, but what might that look like? And I only ask because when I hear feasibility study, I equate that to God knows what it's going to transpire into. Do you have any idea what that might look like?
So frankly, I think this is an area I'd like to work more closely with yourself and Blossom on Maui, because I think you folks have been really the spearheads of this effort, and hoping to capture what you folks are also looking to accomplish with any type of feasibility study. I had a very brief conversation with Blossom, and on one hand, we want to make sure to basically improve the situation for homesteads and address some of the criminal activity, which you folks are well aware that occurs. But we also want to balance that with, we don't want to be necessarily incarcerating our own people. So are there crime prevention diversion type programs? I have a really good friend who was the head of the MEO Maui Best program, who Blossom is familiar with, who is now at the ACLU, and she does policy there. I don't know if you know her. Her name is Carrie-Ann Shirota. I'm hopeful that we can work on some potential programs and different options, I think. But obviously, definitely the feasibility study is just to look at primarily utilizing DoCare's authority and having that similarly apply to Hawaiian homelands and how that would look like. That's one piece of it. And then are there other opportunities for us to, whether it's to look at other like neighborhood security watch in this program, or what may be working in other, I don't think it's an across the board type of issue. I think it's Unfortunately, this is an area that is a community by community. What might work on Maui might not work on Molokai, might not work on Kauai. So we really have to see how we can sort of approach this as incorporating those concepts to the best that we can.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. I think though that this is not a Maui issue. The commission, in the years I've been here, we hear across the board from many communities across the state going through very horrific experiences, and they continue to go through that. So I don't want this to appear that it's just a Maui issue. Our effort to create a more effective law enforcement unit is to address all of our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. I also don't want it to be perceived as the department or this commission wanting to incarcerate beneficiaries. This is really about, when we talk about homes that are dilapidated, that's a quality of life issue, and we're trying to address that in this venue as well. Quality of life, safety, kupuna who live in fear, children. I've spoken to people who are adults now that said that almost their entire childhood into their high school years, they rarely left their homes because it was unsafe. So they would go elsewhere to grow up and to gather with friends. And so that's what this is really about. As far as Doe Care goes, their mission is tied to DLNR lands. Their authority, even though they have statewide law enforcement authority, the foundation is DLNR. So when I look at the sheriffs being the primary agents for this new initiative, look, we need to work with what we have. And while we talk about feasibility studies, I also would like to create an opportunity to have that discussion with the Sheriff's Department, because it is pretty much a sheriff-driven initiative. And that's going to be new for them. This, you know, they're mostly DOT, the courthouses, the airports. So anyway, there's two pieces. There's the feasibility study, and then there's the piece that I would like to find a way to sit with the sheriffs and this new organization to see how they might help us as an interim measure to creating a more effective unit that has the capacity to address the unique situations that arise within DLNRs. Thank you.
We'll look for those opportunities for you to have that interaction with this new law enforcement agency as it stood up. And then you can share the unique sort of view from the Homestead department, as well as your experiences with Doe Care and as a young boy growing up on the homesteads, right? So we look forward to that. Thank you. No other questions? I'm going to go to the public testifier. Okay. Blossom, can you please turn on your camera and unmute yourself? Okay, we can see you.
Hi, I think, yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Mahalo once again to submit testimony on item C1. First of all, I would like to commend Lehua and her staff for doing such a wonderful job this past year. They have definitely hit the mark on a number of items in her report. It's been a very long struggle for our beneficiary communities over the past couple of years. And NAHASDA has made that struggle a little bit easier for our beneficiaries, both on and off our INA. But one of the things that I wanted to speak to in particular, and thank you, Lehua, for bringing it up, we have been having conversations about whether or not NAHASDA would be able to deploy funding for the development of a feasibility study when it comes to compliance and enforcement. First of all, I'd like to say that what Lehu has said about identifying the unique needs from the various communities and islands is very much as important as having a statutorily authorized body within the Department of Mine Homelands. 4 years, as my commissioner stated, we have heard from beneficiaries, individuals, as well as organizations on the need for them for relief from criminal activities, not just the gaming rooms or the drug trafficking, but domestic violence, just simple theft, things that are having impact on our community. And while I understand that other law enforcement agencies like police departments and the sheriff's department may have a role in assisting our beneficiaries on a homestead, I'm sorry for sounding selfish, but I believe the department and our beneficiaries deserve our own law enforcement entity that can cater to and address our unique needs on the homestead lands. And so, Mr. Chair, I believe that NAHASA can play a significant role in helping us to define that and to clarify it. But I also believe that we should reinstate and try again to submit a legislative proposal to establish a compliance and enforcement division within the Department of Mine Homelands. Thank you once again for listening to me and allowing me to submit testimony in support of Lehua's submittal item C1. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Blossom. Any other testifiers? Nope, no other testifiers.
So I just want to comment, thank you for that, Blossom. And we'll definitely take a closer look at the Violence Against Women Act to see what areas on domestic violence we can potentially improve. It's probably not going to be in this current housing plan that covers this new fiscal year that started, but we'll definitely look forward at other opportunities to address that issue that Blossom raised. And, the law enforcement issues are an ongoing thing we'll continue to look at.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Blossom. All right, I'm going to dismiss you, and I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We'll take a 5-minute break and then come back into exec session. we're out of executive session, back into open session. And we are on agenda item F5.
Hello again, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Item number F5. LMD is seeking the approval to issue right of entry to Hawaiian Telecom, covering portions of various TMKs, island-wide or statewide.
Thank you, Kahana. May I have a motion to consider staff recommendation? So move.
Second.
Okay, proceed.
Commissioners, I did want to introduce Dan Masutomi, who is joining us from Hawaiian Tel and has been working with us in terms of the fiber opportunities on the homelands from them. Couple of things I did want to just highlight in terms of the recommended motion that we're requesting. One is the authorization to the chair to establish the fee. And there are two thoughts here, so we just wanted to be sure to bring this forward to the commission. One is because the fiber that's being discussed in this will bring opportunities to homestead communities, similar to what we have with other licenses when beneficiaries primarily benefit, is it being at a gratis or a nominal price. Alternatively, we can pursue what we have with the right of entry that their Paniolo assets are on, where it's, we calculate a market return. It is a lot of work because these rights of entries are not specifically delineated as a, like a separate TMK or anything. It's portions of. And our intent is to eventually transition to a long-term land disposition, which is a license, which will have a much more defined fee structure. Yeah, so it's not to say that we shouldn't be sure to earn highest and best return. It's really just being cognizant of this intended to be a short term. But we wanted to at least have that conversation with the commission, and then as that fee is set, we can be guided by that, in terms of the authorizations that's given to the chair. So I just wanted to highlight that and perhaps ask for some feedback from the commission on that.
Sure. Yes, I would support a nominal fee. Obviously, Hawaiian Tel needs to look at what it's going to cost for the infrastructure build out. But I agree to leave that decision to the chair, understanding that, we're not a giveaway society, and we do need to ensure that we are responsible to the trust. Thank you.
Other commissioners? Mike?
I agree with Commissioner Neves. And one thing I think we all need to be aware looking down the road is that yes, Hawaiian Tel is providing a benefit to our beneficiaries, but also our beneficiaries will have to pay for services down the road. So just bearing that in mind.
Mike? Any other commissioner?
William, I just want to echo support for what previous two commissioners are saying. I do think as a business venture, there's also a benefit to Hawaiian Tel and their bottom line. And so I think that should be reflected in what we charge them in order to support our beneficiaries as well. Thank you.
Okay. And then I think the other question we just wanted to make sure the commission was aware, or the other request that we're asking is, as we are working on this with Hawaiian Tel, we're understanding the existing infrastructure that is there, and whether those those properties are covered by maybe an existing license already to, let's say, the utility and under a pole sharing agreement. So in some cases, there may be an existing license already. In some cases, we may need to add communities. And so it does provide, again, delegation of authorization to the chair to finalize the exhibit for this right of entry as well as to add. But it's intended, once again, just to be a short term while we finalize the long-term license documentation. And then, Dan, perhaps a question for you is, while the initial areas that were identified cover a portion of the homelands, there are large areas that are not covered. So for example, let's say the properties in Hilo or the properties in Waimea, is there the opportunity for Hawaiian Tel to bring service in the near future? Or what are the plans for those jurisdictions?
Yeah, sure. So we are currently, well, thank you, first of all, Commissioner Ayla and the commissioners. We are on a very aggressive fiber build schedule over the next 5 years. So for all the areas that we don't hit today, we'll be hitting in the next 5 years. In fact, in 3 years, we'll be at 70% of all addresses in Hawaii. And at the end of 5 years, we'll be at 99% of all addresses with fiber. And it's just going to be a handful of the very hard to reach properties that are left. So as we do work these adjacent areas, we'll work with you folks like we have on this bill to incorporate the Hawaiian homelands areas into our schedule.
Thanks, Dan.
Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I might add that outside of you guys trying to run me over out there, they're actually doing a great job on Kauai. And they're very courteous and they're very efficient. And we appreciate the work and the field they have for the community. They're really doing a good job out there. So appreciate that.
Yeah,
and look at moving forward. We look at a long-term relationship that will benefit our beneficiaries for time to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dan. G2.
I think we just need to wait a little bit for the other folks to enter the meeting unless they're already in.
Okay.
Just a little bit. And I think we also had a PowerPoint for this one.
Was that G2?
G2.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like they're coming in now.
Andrew's Emily Morai with G2.
No, yeah, and Jared Chang is not with G2 either. But yeah, you can get, yeah, okay. I think we're just waiting for P.E. Lani and Alika to join by audio.
Pilani, your audio is not engaged. You might want to go out and come back in.
G2.
Okay, at least we see
Andrew?
them. Okay, you want to go? Okay, it looks like they're in. Okay, aloha everyone. Mahalo for your patience. Item G2, the recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission issue a finding of no significant impact declaration based on the final environmental assessment for the Keokea Homestead Farmlands Association Community Center final environmental assessment on the island of Maui in the Keokea Ahupua'a. With me today, I have Alika Akana with the association and Vincent Shigekune from PBR, who helped the association prepare the environmental assessment. I'd just like to pass it to Alika to just say a few words about this project and the association's vision for this project. And I'd just like to touch on that we did present the draft environmental assessment to the commission in April, and we are coming back today for the approval on the final. Go ahead, Alika. Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, aloha mai kako e commission Hawaiian Homes. My name is Alika Akana. My wife Pilani and I are the spokesperson or appoint people for Keokea Homestead Association. Yeah, and on behalf of the Keokea Homestead Association, I just like to give you a little background on Mo'olelo Li'i on our project. Yeah, so. What we have here is on the top of our association of Keokea Homestead Farm Lots. We have 70, almost close to 70 acres of land that was not designated as residential or farm lot areas because it was, in my opinion, it's unsuited for farming. They put a developer or a construction developer contractor base yard up there, kiwi. So kiwi kind of flattened the area, and so this land was unused and has been unused since 2005 is when they started, or 2008 when they started construction. Yeah. So my wife and I received our lot in 2010, and then we got the ROE to come on the land, and then over the time the association. Thinking about what we can do with that land up there. They didn't want to waste it, and they put our mana'o together, and my wife and I put together all these thoughts and came up with a vision plan. Yeah, so we wanted more education, kupuna care, health center, and maybe so health, community education. And then our community association, gathering place. So putting all these things together, our vision, and then Hawaiian Homes came up with the money to do the early assessment and environmental assessment, put together some drawings and everything. So we just wanted to let everyone know that the homesteaders, they have a vision, they have a plan. It's a big budget. Yeah, we all know that it costs a lot of money, and but it's a dream, and we need to take baby steps. Yeah, so the small steps is what we are doing right now with Andrew and Vince, PBR, and everything, and even these little steps is big time. It opened up to us how much you have to do just to get any kind of project off the ground. So again, I want to thank Andrew, DHHL, and Vincent for pushing this project forward and helping us at least with a little step, and then a big step on a long road to try to get this project underway. Thank you very much. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Alika. And just as a quick refresher for the commission, because I know you folks have had a lot of many things come across your plate since April. Vincent will give a quick overview of the project just as a refresher, and towards the end, I will just give a quick recap of the comments that we received during the 30-day comment period and changes made to the EA as a result. So with that, go ahead, Vincent. You're on mute.
I'm on mute, and I was wondering if who is sharing the PowerPoint?
Andrew, we don't have a PowerPoint.
Oh, we don't. Okay.
Oh, I thought Can you let me share screen then?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mahalo, Andrew and Alika. Aloha, commissioners and meeting attendees. The Keokeo Homestead Farm Lots Association, or KHFLA, Community Center project is located in Keokea, adjoining Kula Highway. Next slide, please. This slide shows surrounding land uses, including Kula Hospital, Henry Fong General Store, and Grandma's Coffee House. Ka'amana Street separates the two parcels which comprise the project site. Next slide, please. The DHHL Maui Island Plan land use designation is general agriculture. Next slide, please. This slide shows the two parcels on the DHHL Keokea Waiahuli long range conceptual plan. Next slide, please. As Lika was mentioning, in 2013, the Hawaiian Homes Commission granted KHFLA a right of entry permit for use of the 69-acre project site. The right of entry allows the parcels to be used for agricultural, pastoral, limited commercial, and stewardship. Next slide, please. In 2016, the KHFLA submitted to DHHL a land use request for a long-term license and their 10-year vision plan for the 69-acre site. Next slide, please. This is the mission statement that came from KHFLA. KHFLA to benefit the lessees of Keokea, Waiahuli, and Kahikinui homesteads. The lands would be used for cultural education center, native food and medicinal plant gardens, native healing center, police substation, Keiki immersion school daycare, and Kapuna daycare, and multi-purpose meeting entertainment complex, also to serve as an emergency evacuations. Next slide, please. So in 2016, this is the plan that the Akanas and KHFLA shared with DHHL. And you're going to find when we show our site plan, it pretty much matches this plan. Next slide, please. So while KHFLA had a plan, the beneficiaries were surveyed in 2020 and 2021 to confirm if any aspects of the plan needed to be updated. Next slide, please. And in 2022, KHFLA developed a website or a story map and had another survey again, just to confirm. Next slide. Several technical studies were prepared in support of the EA and master plan. They include the archaeological literature review and field inspection, a cultural impact assessment, a preliminary engineering and drainage report, a traffic impact analysis report, and a rough order of magnitude cost estimate. Next slide, please. So this is the plan, and I don't know if it's easy to see, but if you look at the graphic, the area that the polygon in red is the amphitheater. The light green to the right of it, oh, thank you, Andrew, is the multi-purpose center. And that's the key feature of the project. Across the parking lot is in pink, is a Kapuna daycare center. In the light blue is the pre-K area, including a building for it and an outdoor play area. And then in the dark purple or blue is the K-6 school, immersion school, and outdoor play area. And then across the street, across Kama'ana, which would have driveways that oppose each other, is this green area, which is the healing center. And in the upper left-hand corner, you see a light blue, a blue area, which is where the, of the green, is the police substation. The parking lot would have area for, the farmer's market, so food trucks and stuff. And then in the bigger gold area is the Malalani garden, which would be ethnobotanical garden, maybe teach students and other people about sustainable agriculture in that environment. And next slide, please. Here's a rendering view of the developed parcel west of Kama'ana Street. And in the left is the Kupuna Center. In the middle is the amphitheater. It could be covered or uncovered. To the right of it is the community center. Malco, that is the pre-K school. Yeah. And then to the right of that is the K-6 immersion school. Next slide, please. This primarily shows the healing center. As you can see from the police car, maybe the police substation is in the corner right in front of the police car. And then further down, you can see where the farmer's market could be held on the parking lot of this part of the project. And the next slide shows how the pre-K immersion and the Kupuna Day Care Center could interact with each other. And I think with that, I'm done. Turn it over to Andrew.
Mahalo, Vincent, and commissioners. So we started this planning process in May 2020, and I'd just like to really give a big mahalo to Julie Cachola for initiating the process and getting us to this point. And then, as I mentioned briefly earlier, in April 22, we presented a draft environmental assessment to you folks. That draft environmental assessment was then published in the Environmental Review Program Environmental Notice, which kicked off a 30-day public comment period between April 23rd and May 23rd of this year. So during that public comment period, we received approximately 10 comments from various agencies and private individuals. Most had no comments or supportive comments of the project, but for the substantive comments that we did receive during the comment period, most of the comments were on the project's water, the projected water demand, clarification on water source, and digital rights approvals to water needed. So in light of those comments, two of the major changes that we made to the draft environmental assessment for the final that is before you today is that we did provide more more information on potable water demands and non-potable water demands. The table you see in front of you articulates the different components that Vincent just went over, the preschool, the regular elementary school, senior daycare center, multipurpose building, healing center and police station and amphitheater. And then it also projects what the use is and what the potential water demand is based off of the use. So these are the projected total average day demand and max day demand for potable use on the site. Potable water will be serviced by the existing county water system. We will have to make, or the association will have to make several improvements to the existing county potable water system, including extending the line along Kula Highway to the top of the property. The Department of Water Supply also recommended installation of pressure release valves and a manhole, and also possibly installing a fire hydrant and service lateral to the highway. But water will be serviced by the county system for the potable water needs. For the non-potable water needs, these are the potential uses, primarily mostly irrigation of the Malolani garden, the garden walking paths, and other areas on the property that might have landscaping and need irrigation. And these are again, the average day demand and max day demand articulated in a million gallons per day. Non-potable water demand will be serviced primarily by rain catchment and rain barrels that will be as part of the design for these facilities. So they will not be taking any water off of any existing system for non-potable water needs, thus minimizing impact to existing water systems. And I should have practiced this a little bit more, but I just went over these 2 points. The decision for the FONSI will be based on 13 criteria of significance. These are listed here just as a reminder. They are also in your submittal report, and the discussion related to each criteria is more detailed in your submittal report, commissioners. But I'm just wanting to remind you that the decision for the FONSI are based on these 13 points of criteria as articulated in the Department of Health's administrative rules. Next steps for this particular project, with the hopeful approval of the FONSI today by the Commission, over the next year, the association will start to begin discussion with the department on, they articulated in 2019 that they are seeking a general lease as part of their development process and needs. So they are seeking a general lease to move forward with long-term development of the site. And then after that process, they hope to pursue funding, grants, and development partnerships with different entities to start on different components of the project. And then obviously finalize those partnership agreements and obtain permits and commence construction. So that's a quick overview of where we are in the process. And commissioners, if at this time, we'll take questions.
Randy?
Hello, Andrew. Not so much a question, but I did want to start by thanking Julie, our planning office, and congratulating Alika Pi'ilani, your association, and everybody who participated in this effort. You know, this kind of document takes a lot of hands, and the end result, I gotta say, I was looking through it last night. It's really a beautiful plan. And I would agree with Alika, it's a big vision, and it's going to require a lot of steps, even if it means small steps. But you know, some of the things in here like K-6 immersion, preschool immersion, kupuna daycare, healing centers, police substation, you know, that's an important one because we keep talking about safety for neighborhoods. So I really like how everyone's integrated into this plan to create a sustainable, a self-contained, sustainable community where our beneficiaries can thrive. And so I look forward to the next steps. Mahalo everybody for what you have contributed to this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. I will entertain a motion to consider staff recommendation at this time. So move. Okay. Moved and seconded. Any questions for the consultant or Alika? Okay, pretty straightforward. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Andrew.
Okay. C2. Everyone?
Aloha Commissioners, Lehua Kinilau Kano, Government Relations. Really, I'm just coming up here to introduce you folks if you don't already know her. Oriana Leal is our new NAHASDA Government Relations Program Specialist. So she will be taking on much more of the legislative work that I used to handle, as you folks have seen, as we start to grow NAHASDA more and more. my time gets pulled much more to Nahasda. So I'm really grateful that with the federal funds that we were able to bring Oriana on board. She's also going to be doing Nahasda work on self-monitoring and insurance, but she'll be handling all the legislative work for the department. I'm still here, so I will be here to assist her, but really want to encourage her and the work that she'll bring to this department. So we're excited to have her on board. So really it's more for me to introduce you folks to her. She'll be handling the legislative work from here on out. And just to note that we did hear Blossom, and so we do already know that there's one legislative proposal that is being requested for this next package. But really, I just want to turn the time over to Ori.
Aloha e nā komikina, o wau o Oriana Leao, Nahasda Government Relations Program Specialist. Here to present agenda item C2 for information only, legislative proposals for 2023. In preparation for next legislative session, the focus now is on outreach both internally and externally. As the body charged with setting the policy for DHHL, it is most appropriate to begin outreach with each one of you. If there are issues that you believe require legislative action, this input is requested now and will be collected until August 1st, 2022. Anyone interested in submitting recommended legislative action can fill out the form included with this submittal. This information will be posted on DHHL's website at the end of today's commission meeting, along with the form, which the public is welcome to submit again by August 1st. There is no recommended motion or action because again, this is for information only, but we remain open to questions and suggestions. Thank you.
I'll ask
Sure.
what is, yes.
Go
Go ahead, Mike. You go.
So this is just reaching out to us in the event we have interest in something for the upcoming session.
Correct.
So, but in the meantime, though, the department usually puts together a package, right? So
Yes.
how does that interact? I mean, if any?
Well, like I mentioned, the public, our commissioners and beneficiaries and homestead associations are welcome to fill out the form and recommend proposals. Those proposals are then prepared in a package and submitted to the governor's office, and they may or may not be included in the governor's administrative package. And from there, we go through the process.
Okay. So other than the folks that are watching today's meeting, like all our different homesteads and beneficiaries, are there any other plans to outreach to let folks know that they can participate, or is this the primary means?
We do intend to send emails to you all as well as our homestead associations. We are open to suggestions for ways in which we can work with our great ICRO team for better outreach for recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And they will come back to the commission.
Right.
Before going to that.
There's going to be a number of carryover items that we do every year from prior years, or we're starting from scratch. Is that what we're doing?
It's a new biennium, right?
It's a new biennium, and again, with an election, with reapportionment, we have a lot of new seats open. Really, this is an opportunity to look at everything and see what we'd like to see. Not that we can absolutely get it, but.
But I recall there's a number of items like you tell us, okay, we asked for this again, we didn't get it. We've asked for this the last 4 sessions or things like that. Those items, or do we need to go find that old list and send in this form for all that stuff if we think it's still a good idea?
We can definitely, we usually revisit past packages. So we do that on our own, but we do like to hear if there is support.
I think that was Mike's question. Like, what about those items? So those will get rolled over. You asking for the new things or things we're particularly interested in? Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
I have one suggestion we can start working on, which is the addition of 1 year to the 3-year plan for the 600 beds.
So in response to that, Chair, I will address it. We were on a call with a senator And he was of his feedback when we were talking about the 600 million, which I know we'll speak to next in the next item. His recommendation was we not come forward with that request in this coming legislative session, but we wait till 2024. His reason is that this coming leg session, we have to confirm the chair and the deputy of the department. And it's his opinion that he would rather the attention and support go for those two positions rather than having to defend that legislation, and that it could be something we could look at for 2024. So we're taking his suggestion under consideration, but just so you are aware, we did at least get that one feedback from one senator. Not that he speaks for everyone, but I think it was valuable feedback that he was providing.
Who provided the feedback, Bill?
Senator Kyoho Kalole.
So I respectfully.
I know you
disagree with
respectfully
him on this one,
disagree.
and
I know you respectfully
I'm trying
disagree.
to think, when does the package come before the commission? November?
Typically draft August, approval in September.
Approval in September. So I will still be the chair.
Yes, you will still be the chair.
Yes.
What was that?
He will still be the chair when the legislative package comes for approval.
Yeah. So, thank you, Chair. Yeah, Lehua, so, about continuing to encourage the department to push for some type of enforcement team. Is that something that you guys can go ahead and push, even though we don't get the support that I think we should? So just gotta submit that?
It was already, so I
okay.
took Blossom's suggestion for the record that she submitted
Uh-huh.
that request. So that's already one request that we have. I've
Okay.
taken that as one she's made on the record.
And it's a new biennium, so it'd be appropriate to introduce a new bill requesting that or expressing that.
May I ask, Chair, that new enforcement department that they just created? Who advocated for that? Is that
The sheriff's department, DSD, I think the other state agencies that, like the Attorney General's office,
yeah,
public safety.
It was part of the governor's
Well, they must
administrative
have a lot of
package.
clout for getting that thing passed. You know what I mean? So,
It's an idea that's been introduced in the
For a
past
long time.
before, yeah. So it's not the first time.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for all the commission, but I think we all agree that there's got to be more enforcement under the department's control. And I might suggest that we put that request in and have all the commissioners sign on it to get the word, to the governor and to the ledge that this is really important. And if we have to expound by the areas that we represent, I think that's probably a good idea and attach it to that when we turn it in.
Okay, if that's the commission's feeling, then we should move it forward.
Right.
well, and one more thing. Because there was a huge surplus in this past legislation. This is probably one of the reasons why we got that money. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is it safe to say that we could continue to request for that kind of amount of money again for the next 3-4 years? Because that 600 million is not going to cover the 28,000 people on the waiting list. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I'm not sure if we want to.
So the sufficient sums budget is going to be approved by the commission in September as well. So that would be the opportunity we usually advocate for the sufficient sums budget when we go before the legislature, to answer your question.
Because it was a historical bill passed, never in history this passed.
Yes, but so we will continue submitting the sufficient sums, which I want to.
Typically September is when.
September, but it's in the 200 and almost 300,000. For the biennium, it would be almost 600, right? If you add the CIP.
This is more infrastructure money that you're
Yes.
talking about. Thank
So,
you.
I mean, it's incumbent upon the commission to ask for what we feel is sufficient sums.
Thank you.
Chair. So I'm going to kick a dead horse and speak about in greater detail why I think a unit specific to our very unique mission is necessary. Because when I look at the current state law enforcement organization, again, primarily staffed by sheriffs, they have a very different mandate historically and traditionally. They're a public safety entity. Much of it goes to the courthouses and to DOT because they got the airport here. And the reason there's a benefit to creating a unit that's unique to Hawaiian Homes, you actually create a unit that's if they understand all of the requirements to manage not just our criminal activities, but our administrative functions. By having them embedded in our department, you have a much more effective and proficient law enforcement entity serving our beneficiaries in ways that I think the department should be less concerned about this being a model for incarceration, when in fact, by understanding the mission, the nuances of this department, you create an organization that understands when to pull the trigger and when not to, when to take something to an administrative hearing and when not to, versus this big sheriff department that doesn't really understand who we are. And then we call them in when needed, and then it becomes reactionary. And when you are a reactionary force, you're less effective, you're less empathetic, and you're less responsive to the many needs that are unfolding in our camp. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Yes.
One more thing, I think, this idea of creating this division under the DHHL regarding enforcement, it would eliminate a lot of contested cases if we did have more enforcement. And this is my belief, so it'll be a benefit for the department. So I think, using something like that would convince the ledge to say, hey, they need, so that way people will recognize, the beneficiaries themselves will recognize that we mean business, you know what I'm saying? For all this criminal activities going on and so forth and so forth. So I think that's how I look at it. It'll eliminate some of these contested cases where people are going to say, oh yeah, they mean business, so I can't be doing all this stuff. But, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I, Ori, congratulations. I guess, I think it's a congratulations situation. Maybe Lehua, maybe you're the congratulations, but thank you for stepping up and taking on the task. It's a very important one for all of us. So mahalo.
Answer that question again in the middle of the session. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Patty. Excuse me, Pauline.
Okay, I totally support the law enforcement putting in for legislation for the security and law enforcement, because I think the complexity of the lease, the DHHL and the lease regulations and all of that, I think is important for enforcement on the land. And so I think we do need a law enforcement arm. The other thing that I think we need, and Lehua, I'm not sure what legislation is outstanding, but I think we still need a voice on the Water Commission. Water is such an important component of getting people on the land that we should have a say somewhere. I know there has been legislation before. I'm not sure where that stands, but I would like to have Lehua pass that on to Oriana if possible, or send me something so that I can decide what piece of legislation would be the most appropriate, whether it's a seat on the Water Commission or other things that would help to influence our water credits and our access to water. Thank you.
Hey, Pauline, I think there'll be a new makeup of both houses, as well as there'll probably be a new chairman of the Department of Land and Natural Resources. So it would be good to try again.
Yes, well, we know that this election is going to be interesting to watch, period.
Thank you.
So we'll take that back. And usually the water issues, we work closely with Andrew and Jonathan as our subject matter experts to give us what their recommendations are. I'm sure a lot will be who the chairs are and how supportive they are on water issues in general. But I was remiss in not explaining. So Oriana was formerly Deputy's Kako'o, so she's taken on this Kuleana. So Nahasda's clerk, Nadine Pomeroy, is now temporarily assigned to Deputy as his Kako'o. So just wanted to let you folks know that within Nahasda, there was this transition, but Nadine is assigned to the Deputy right now.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lehua.
Okay, agenda item C3 is next. Wait. Oh. Joby, can I just get one out of the door? Can I ask you to defer to one for a second? Thank you. Okay, you owe her now. Come on, one. All right. Homestead Services Division, agenda item D1.
So moved. Well, there's a motion.
Okay, this is for information only, but if you have
Information
questions
only.
regarding any of the
Questions.
reports, D1, yep, is for information, but if there are any questions regarding any of the reports that.
It's our monthly report with respect to the leases, loans, and applications.
When you make the reports, is there anything out of whack that we should direct our attention to, or it's all kind of?
Nothing out of whack this month, Commissioner.
Oh, you gotta read it all. Well, I read the numbers, but
Yeah, I
in
know.
other contexts.
It's helpful that they do this monthly report,
Yeah.
because sometimes we get requests from the legislature or other folks wanting us to provide special reports, and we just say, there's this monthly report that the information that you're requesting comes out to the commission every month. So, and that's allowed us to kill some bills that would require us to do extra work. So, all right, you're done.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Juan.
See you tonight.
Okay, Joby, sorry. C3.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Go ahead.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
C3.
Joby Musagatani, Executive Assistant, presenting item C3 on behalf of what was formerly HB 2511 HD2 SD2 CD1, informally known as the Waitlist Reduction Act, but this is now Act 279, the 600 million permitted interaction group. So there's two parts to the submittal, a 2-page cover, and then 16-page Exhibit A, which is the meat of the submittal. And I did want to acknowledge just a few people, certainly the members of the permitted interaction group that dedicated a substantial amount of time over the last few weeks. Commissioner Neves, Commissioner Koupu, Commissioner Namu'o, and Chair. And then the staff who also did yeoman's work on this. Andrew Choi, who drafted the strat plan, Stuart and Daryl, Hokule, Lehua Kinilau, Kano, Paula, Ayla, and Cedric, and then of course Craig Iha and Katie Lambert. So it was really a kāko'o effort to get us this far. But it is actually the report from the committee itself. And so I will ask Andrew, although we didn't get a chance to confer beforehand, just to provide a high level, I guess, outline of what's in the strat plan. And then there are some legal issues that we've asked AGs just to advise the commission on that informed the deliberations that happened at the committee level. So I'll turn it over to Andrew.
Aloha, commissioners. Just to give you a high level overview of what is in front of you, the strategic approach to how we're going to implement Act 279 was really broken out into two categories. One based on the information that we collected during our 2020 beneficiary applicant survey. Respondents to that survey identified two primary areas that they would like assistance on. One was home ownership opportunities and rental opportunities. But far and large, the majority of our applicants wanted home ownership opportunities. Based on this organization of the plan into home ownership opportunities and rental opportunities, we also crafted several policy considerations to guide allocation of this historic amount of resource that the legislature has given to the department. And this, again, is just meant to guide decision-making and prioritization, because as you folks know, with this large amount of resources, there are numerous applications from which the department and the commission could allocate resources, but we decided to identify policy points to keep us grounded and framed in it. And I'm trying to find it on my computer, but Joby, if you don't mind just kind of just reading the considerations.
Sure. So where Andrew is referring to begins on page 3 of the document, and it outlines the policy considerations that the committee is recommending guide as we move forward in terms of defining how this resource should be utilized. So the first is that the majority of the resources provided under Act 279 should go to homeownership activities rather than rental activities. The second policy consideration is that resources provided for homeownership activities should prioritize new homestead lot development. And then the third policy consideration is that the prioritization of homestead lot development projects should be based upon the timing or the position in the DHHL production pipeline, number one. Number two, the priority areas for new homestead development identified in DHHL island plans. And number three, the waitlist demand on each island. And under each of those considerations, there's a rationale so that anyone reading the documentation can see why that recommendation was put forward. And then Andrew has also included a figure 1, which identifies kind of the prioritization of which projects were considered for funding and why. So, and I'll turn it back to Andrew now that he's got his slides up.
Thanks, Joby. Yeah, so this is just a quick overview of when we say a production pipeline, this is what we mean. This kind of describes the department's development process from idea and then planning and environmental compliance to when the land development division starts to get involved with the engineering design phase. This is where they start to prepare the construction drawings and get into really, really specific detail about when and where things are located. And then once that's done, they send those drawings for permitting and construction, and they actually at this phase start to construct the project. And then lastly, when the lots and infrastructure is done, then we turn it over for house construction, either to the individual lessee in an owner build lot or to a developer for the vertical construction. So that's a quick, when we say the production pipeline, this is what we mean. And what we had considered was those that are further ahead in the pipeline, those more shovel ready would get the first priority. And then as we go backwards in the pipeline, should there be available resources, then we would start to fund those for those needing a little bit more work in order to be shovel ready. One of the other considerations, if you go through the document a little bit more, talking to Land Development Division, some of the things that they had thought of in order to expedite the rate at which we develop is to consider in a lot of instances moving forward, design build contracts and developer agreements. In their opinion, those would help to expedite the lot development projects. And then if you look at the tables, after we applied those criteria, these are some of the recommended potential development projects on Hawaiian homelands that we are preliminarily proposing. And these are the number of lots that are considered. Notably absent from these tables and notably absent from the plan, as you folks may have observed and our beneficiaries may have observed, are actual cost projections for these projects. One of the reasons why we did not put cost projections in this particular draft is given the current climate of cost, supply chain management, inflation, war in other parts of the world that affect the cost of construction materials and other supplies needed for development. It was really hard at this point in time to really confirm what the actual cost of construction is going to be for these particular projects. While we do have rough order of magnitude projections, those are just projections. And given current road events, we don't know what will happen in the next year or so. And we won't know with certainty until we actually starting construction what the actual cost is going to be. So we did not include actual cost projections in this iteration of the draft, primarily because of the variation in cost that might happen given other road events. So I just wanted to point that out to you at this time. But we do have a list of projects that we are strongly considering pursuing. The other thing I wanted to point out is the other components of the plan are land acquisition. Again, we don't get into detail of what exactly we are looking at this time. A lot of the funding available will be dependent upon what the actual cost of construction is. So the funding available for land acquisition would, and also for the individual assistance programs that we might be considering are very dependent on the actual cost of construction and the amount of resources that those projects are going to take. So for our land acquisition, we specifically mentioned the Kaupea project. It is something that the that is very right in front of us. So we do mention that, but we will entertain other opportunities to acquire new lands with similar characteristics, close to infrastructure and suitable for residential use. The department will also entertain acquiring property needed for water source development in other areas where DHL lands do not have sufficient source. But again, we did not get into specifics of where we might have interest at this time. And then lastly, I'll pass it back to Joby to talk about or summarize the discussion that the PIG had regarding individual assistance programs.
Okay, so just one last thing as it relates to the land acquisition. If you note under page 7, it actually articulates real estate acquisition. There was expression by some of the members of the committee that we should be open to purchasing finished product if the opportunity presents itself. So land and units also being an option. As to the individual benefits program, we did want to honor the work that beneficiaries are doing now on their own to try to find solutions to assist with homeownership on the homelands. And so on page 12, you'll note that about middle of the paragraph, it talks about roughly 10%. So we felt that an allocation should be just set aside for good ideas to potentially address the barriers that prevent beneficiaries from getting onto the homelands once the lots are developed. And one of the things that we know for sure in similar fashion are opportunities to assist like the first time home buyers on getting onto the homeland. So you see a bunch of bullet points there. You know, we know from experience that down payment, debt problems, credit history, you know, just overall challenges that we all face our beneficiaries as well when they're coming off of the waiting list. So there has been some preliminary discussions in addition to the ideas that we hope to see from the beneficiaries of a down payment assistance program that can help to assist those on the waiting list. And building off of the discussion that we had earlier with the commission regarding a down payment assistance program funded with trust funds. And again, this would be to support getting on to the homelands. Other than that, we also recognize that there are opportunities potentially to expedite development by partnering with the county for infrastructure, offsite infrastructure, such as water developments that may move projects along. So we also wanted to make sure we had a placeholder in case that opportunity presents itself as well. And then did you want to talk about rental programs? Or shall Andrew? I can cover it real quick.
Sorry, I can. I think the same considerations for rental programs. I think you know, we are looking at a couple of actual development projects that would provide rentals. Both would be on Oahu. Those are the Maui multifamily project and the Coolidge project in town. And then in terms of rental assistance programs, we're considering, as Joby had mentioned, some of the issues related to rentals, but also like the homeownership piece, we are aware of that there might be innovative ideas put forth by our beneficiaries and other affordable housing stakeholders to address some of these barriers that would affect rental. So right now we don't have anything definitive, but we just had, you know, wanted to note that there are other opportunities to solicit ideas related to rentals. Joby, did you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I think that just as it relates to those specific opportunities with the rental programs, it may not necessarily just be direct benefit to the beneficiary. There may be the opportunity to provide innovative financing to developers to help fill that capital stack, because sometimes those developers may have shovel-ready projects, but because the affordable housing resources in the state are so competitive, there may be good projects that fall out that meet a critical need of our population. So we wanted to try to identify sort of the big, if I may, kind of items within the strategic approach so that the community, our beneficiary community, our stakeholders understand what is being prioritized. And I know it was there's a lot of deliberation about this, but some of that detail will come forward as ideas are brought forward, and you know the details will be brought forward programmatically to the commission in future actions. So I think that is it. And, but we do at some point want to go
Yes.
into exec session.
It's a good time right now to,
Yeah.
we have a motion. After. We have a motion to go into exec session.
No. We cannot ask her about any of these. I have
Um,
questions on some of this.
I think it would be beneficial to go through the exec session and then come out with the questions.
It's just on this project that's listed here. Why do I have to go and exec? I don't understand.
You're talking about the construction projects?
Yeah, on the county level.
Sure. We can take it.
Sure.
Joseph.
I also had one question that I would like to enter into the public discussion. If I could.
Sure. So let's have Patty
Oh,
ask her
okay,
question.
Thank
and
you,
then
thank you for the opportunity. And thank you for this presentation. So let's look on the county level on page 9 that you described. I have a question. It was mentioned twice, I think, Andrew. What is a Miley development? What is that? Describe that. It just says Miley development.
That
Can you
is in reference to the Voice of America project.
Okay, so that's the Voice of America.
Yes.
That doesn't include the other project in Miley, the formerly Ulukekikoi, no.
No, it does not. Yes.
Okay. And then the other one is the Eva Beach. It shows number of lots 600. What is the Eva Beach lots?
Pacific Tsunami Warning Center.
Oh, okay. Pacific
Tsunami.
Oh, so we are moving forward with that lots? We are moving forward with that project or?
It's part of this presentation. So yes, we
So
are.
the department completed the transaction with the federal government to receive the lots, I believe, the fall of last year. We currently have a contract in place to start the planning and environmental assessment phase of that project. So the 600 you see in front of your in the report, that is just a preliminary estimate. Once we go through the planning process, we'll have a more refined estimate of what the number of lots will be.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. When you have parentheses, engineering design, what does that mean?
If you go back to the production pipeline diagram,
Okay.
so that refers to the phase in the production pipeline that the project is currently in.
Okay, so I thought the Miley development was in planning and design.
We need to finish the environmental assessment on it, and then I think because LDD has been involved with it, they have been moving the engineering and design part of that as we go through it as well.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
Patty.
Chair.
Thank you, Patty. Randy?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so Joby, I heard you mention down payment and Kalama. I just got this. I'm still trying to decipher.
Sure.
But you mentioned down payment assistance. Is that, I do recall, I think it was Commissioner Ka'apu who had broached the subject of down payment for fee simple. In your down payment that you mentioned, is that part of what is under consideration?
So in this scenario, this particular program is looking more at the down payment assistance to support beneficiaries that are trying to get onto the homelands.
Okay.
And so
I'm sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
so and I think related to your question, I think we may want to take up after Katie has a chance to brief.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. I'll go back to, did you have questions?
Well, what Randy is talking about, that's the same question I had regarding fee simple.
Yeah, so I think the suggestion is we go into exec session. So I'll call for a question, I'll call for someone to motion and second.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. While we clear the room, we'll take a 5-minute break and then come back to exec session. Okay, we're back into regular session. And we have a public testifier on agenda item C3. Blossom, can you turn on your camera and unmute? There she is. Okay, thanks for waiting.
Oh, no problem. Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
You disappeared there for a minute. Mr. Chair, mahalo for the opportunity to present comments on item C3. Thank you, first of all, for staying the course. It's been a long day, I know. So I'll try and keep it short. You know, we've been anxiously awaiting this plan that the strategic plan for the 600 mil. And so after listening to the presentation, I think that we have some potential recommendations for some of the solutions that we're looking at. So one of the primary, as most of you may know, I'm a founding member of the Hawaiian Community Assets, and through our efforts, we've been able to successfully assist beneficiaries to achieve homeownership on homestead lands. One of the primary barriers, though, that we have faced in the past is the inability to contact the beneficiaries on the wait list. The department has stated several times over the course of the years that contact information for beneficiaries, particularly applicants, is confidential, and that we would be on our own in finding them. And while we have been relatively successful in doing that, it takes a lot of time and effort and staff time to be able to find those people that are highest up on the wait list and help them to get ready for receiving a lot. So, you know, if there is a way that as you look at contracting with vendors to assist beneficiaries on the wait list in anticipation of a lot award, if you can make that a condition of the contract that you have, and by providing them with access to the contact information, that would be helpful in removing some of the significant delays that we find in getting in touch with our beneficiaries. The other thing is that loan funds for construction is extremely rare in the state of Hawaii. It takes a lot of time for them to find a lender that will do the construction loans. And so if there is an opportunity for the department to set aside a portion of those funds to establish a construction loan program, or even contract with one of the CDFIs in the community to be able to do that, that would go a long way in helping curtail some of the delays. When we talk about down payment and closing costs, I know that there was a lot of talk prior to passage about $100,000 get people off the wait list. From somebody who has done this work, I can tell you that the more efficient way of deploying this money to help the beneficiaries become more successful is utilizing existing tools out in the lending industry. For example, under FHA, it's a 3.5% down payment. Your closing costs are about 5%. But if the loan amount is too high and the families just don't carry the income to qualify for the monthly payments, one of the tricks of the trade is to give them additional subsidies so that they can buy down their interest rate. Buying down, reducing the interest rate actually can reduce their monthly payments by as much as 50%. And then that makes it affordable for the families to be able to secure that loan. The other thing is that, and we've been fairly successful in Maui County in doing this, is we need to be able to formalize partnerships with the counties, not necessarily in the land development process, in the permitting process, but also in the building permits for our beneficiaries. Permitting takes almost a year to get a building permit, and we've been able to identify ways where we can shrink that process down to as little as 6 weeks. Okay, and if we had a formal relationship or a partnership with the various counties, we would be able to significantly reduce the delay process. We also work with our county water department, our planning department, to be able to essentially push the process forward to help our land development division get things done. And we have gotten our county to commit to cost sharing on infrastructure costs for offsite infrastructure. So that has been able to assist the department and being more efficient in with their budget and being able to deploy to other projects. And then finally, when we talk about rentals, I think that one of the things that we have been talking about for years is that any kind of rental opportunity that we do on Hawaiian homelands should be done in a way that is a transitional process to take them from a rental to home ownership. So there needs to be some kind of programmatic agreements built into these developments to assist our people to move from one to the other. And the other thing is that we also need to have a more diverse lending portfolio. Right now, the lenders that we are using are, majority of them are located outside of Hawaii. And we know that there are lenders here that are very interested in working with our beneficiaries and Hawaiian homelands. We just need to figure out what is the impediment that they are coming across that is making them think otherwise. And so hopefully I'm within my 3-minute timeline, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very, very much, Blossom. You have a good day.
You too.
Okay, that item was for information only. Thank you so much, Joby.
You're welcome. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, I have a request from Andrew because of people standing by. We go to G4. Oh, he wants to defer. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Okay, we're deferring G4 to tomorrow. Hey, that means Stuart, you're up. E2.
Hello, Commissioners. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division. Item E2 is for information only. It is a draft environmental assessment and anticipated finding of no significant impact determination for the Punani Homestead Subdivision water system storage improvements in Waikapu, District of Wailuku, TMK District 2, Zone 3, Section 5, Plat 2, and a portion of Parcel 3. I also wanted to recognize Darren Okimoto from Dowling Company and Emily Morai from Monekio Hiraga Associates who helped prepare the draft EA. We do have a short PowerPoint that we can go through to help clarify some of the things here. And this is really specifically focused on the draft EA for the water tank. And earlier we, if you recall, approved the FONSI for the subdivision itself, the 161 lots. And so this was an added requirement to the subdivision from the Department of Water Supply. And this is where the focus is for this presentation. So next slide, please. Punani Homestead is shown there in blue, 47.4 acres, which we acquired approximately 2 years ago. And to the left, you see sort of a rectangle shape. That's the parcel where it's proposed to construct the water tank. Okay, next slide, please. We did talk about the earlier FONSI determination, final EA for the Homestead Subdivision project, 161 residential lots. Was published back in November of 2020. Shortly after we published the EA, then the County Water Supply came back to DHHL notifying us that a water storage tank was required in order to provide water service and fire protection to the homestead. So we worked with the Department of Water Supply to finalize a tank location, and so then we started to prepare the EA specifically for the water tank and the infrastructure improvements needed. Next slide. Okay, so again, you see Honoapi'ilani Highway towards the bottom of the slide, and further up in yellow is the new tank site. It is adjacent to an existing tank site. So we think this is the best location because both tanks can work together. Next slide. This is a little bit closer look at the tank. And the tank is proposed to be up to 500,000 gallons concrete storage tank. So this is actually about the same size that we're building in Anahola, 500,000 gallon concrete tank. Next slide. There's a subdivision, 161 lots, of which 24, I believe, will be turnkey, vacant lot awards, and then 137 would be turnkey. So this is currently under design. We have plans being reviewed by the county, and so what we're hoping to do is get this project out to bid in the next quarter or so. Okay, next slide. Again, 500,000 gallon concrete storage tank, 1.3 acres of land, includes minor grading, drainage improvements, etc. And the proposed water tank and improvements will be licensed and or dedicated to the county Department of Water Supply. Next slide, please. Just concluding that this proposed water tank project and land use is not anticipated to have a significant impact on the surrounding environment. It provides the necessary water storage requirements, and it supports providing homesteaded opportunities for beneficiaries and satisfying water needs consistent with the goals of DHHL General Plan, Maui Island Plan, and the Water Policy Plan. So what are the next steps? It would be to publish the draft EA, and upon concurrence, we are actually having it published in the environmental notice this weekend. We want to really push this project quickly so that we can get to construction. We will look at securing sufficient budget allocation from the commission to fund this project and then complete the design and construction of the project. This is a schedule, and as earlier stated with the community, we've been communicating with them for the last couple of years, and this addition of the water tank does slow down the project a little bit, but at the same time it provides for water for this project. And so if you noticed in the strat plan, there was some discussion of this project because it is soon to break ground. Okay.
Okay, questions? Go ahead, Randy.
Stuart, Darren, mahalo for the quick turnaround on dealing with that curveball that came our way. I had a question, but my question was answered. This is going to be dedicated back to Department of Water Supply, the system for management. I'm asking because I know that's always an issue, is the maintenance.
Right. So we are still trying to work out the details on the land issue. And so depending on how that transpires, then we will act accordingly, either licensing and or dedication.
Okay. So this tank is sufficient to provide for the 161 units we have planned. Does that also provide us a potential opportunity for constructing additional homes should that opportunity arise?
Commissioner Wu, that is correct. And so I think the primary action we're taking is up to 500,000 gallons, which is more than adequate for the Punani 161 lots. And like you said, if the opportunity arises for additional lots, then we want to have that flexibility to be able to provide for additional houses and make sure that we obtain credits for that, for any future use for Hawaiian homelands beneficiaries.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, see none. Darren, thank you very, very much.
I think Darren was on.
Stuart? I guess we can move on to E3.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Okay,
Thank you.
so item E3 is Eisenberg and Papaclia project updates. I needed to check if Kehao Quatero is on. Oh, okay. Better yet, she's here in person. So let me, we're gonna tag team this with Kehao and with Daryl Ng. Okay.
They left.
Okay. So this is a PowerPoint that we're going to share with the community tonight. It summarizes projects primarily in Papaclia, and we also wanted to include a status on Eisenberg. So if we can start with Papaclia, Kevalo, and Kalavahine. One of our big issues in Papaclia is our sewer improvements, which is basically repairing, replacing damaged, undersized pipes, and trying to upgrade the sewer improvements so that we can turn this over to the city and county for actually ownership and maintenance of the sewer system. We talked before about Act 227, which transfers that obligation over to the city, and so we're continuing that effort. Okay, I just want to mention that I think in the next sufficient sums budget, you're gonna see a very, very robust request for funding for sewer and drainage repairs on a statewide basis. And this is something that we very much lacking. So I just want to give a heads up on that. Okay, next slide, please. On the left is shows approximately $13 million worth of improvements in the areas shown in the line shown in red, which is a small portion of the total improvements needed for the project. On the right-hand side is phase 2, which encompasses the remainder of Papaclia with an estimated budget of 45 million, which we don't have. So what we had to do was we had to break it down and separate phase 2 into multiple sections. Next slide, please. So we have engineering plans initiated, and we have a budget of approximately $5 million from the legislature under Purpose 4 in fiscal year 22. So we're planning to have this go out to bid sometime this year, later part of this calendar year. Can we get to the next slide, please? And so really what we're gonna do is just focus on what we can do for approximately $5 million. So there are those colored lines, primarily I know it's hard to see, but the sort of the lime green improvements, and there are other colors there. So what we do is we have a base bid and we have additives. In case a bid comes in lower, then we can do more work. Okay, one of the things we wanted to point out to the community are some of the sewer easement conditions. We have a lot of sewer lines that are built directly under houses. They're built under walls, or trees have grown over the pipes and the roots have caused damage. And so sewer lateral maintenance is really important, and we can't stress that enough. So these are just a number of bullet points that we'll share with the community. Okay, next slide. And I think this is where I turn it over to Kehao to share what we're doing with individual homesteads, primarily slope improvement, drainage improvements, and the like. So thank you, Kehao.
Thank you, Stuart. Good afternoon, commissioners. The first slide is Papaclia Kapau Street slope improvements. It's that area colored in, what is that, blue, green? There will be some stabilization improvements there, slope and rockfall stabilization. The anticipated construction will start in the fall, and the cost is 6.9 million. This one we're in contract already. Next slide.
Can I add that Prometheus is the contractor, and earlier today you approved the right of entry for this contractor to start the mobilization and staging. So it's actually just to the left of where it says Legend. That's the location that you approved. And thank you for that. They're gonna start in early September.
Okay. Thank you. So then the next project is 2312 and 2316 Kapahu Street, structure stabilization. That will start in the fall also of 2022. And that came out to 1.395 million. Next slide. And this is just another picture. The structure is on the right-hand side. Next slide. This is another, seems like Papaclia, there's a lot of stabilization. 440 and 444 Kauhani Street. This is also wall stabilization between the two properties. Anticipated construction to start also in the fall, and cost is 623,000. The next slide. This is just a picture of the area that is to be worked on.
Commissioners, you might recall that we brought this to you about 2.5 years ago. There were a lot of issues with the design and the cost, and so there was a number of redesigns and restudies because it's, as you can see, it's like really challenging over here, and the access into the roadway is another issue. So a lot of coordination with the community is going to be required here. Just want to add that point. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next project is 2403 Ka'ulula'au Street and 2147 Tantlis Drive. These are two separate lots, two separate retaining wall repairs. This also will start in the fall of 2022, and the cost is 966,000. The next slide, please. This is the wall at 2403. that needs work. And the next slide is the wall at 2147 Pantless Drive.
Commissioners, what's happening here is that the retaining wall is actually supporting the road, and the wall is pulling away from the roadway. That's why it might affect the structure of the road. So we need to get soil nails back into it to pull the wall back in towards the road. And this will help. There's a homesteader who's been wanting to repair their home, but they can't do it without this improvement. So we're really happy that our R&M team has gotten this thing out to design and getting them out to bid and actually construct it.
That one is 966,000 for both walls.
Put it down, you excavate the center of the wall, and then you pull it in, and then you backfill. Is that how do you pull in the wall?
I don't, it's actually gonna soil nails into it, and then like the other ones, hydraulically, you're gonna have to pull that thing. I mean, I don't know
Who's the contractor?
detail.
SSI.
That
The
one,
contractor or this, no, this one is Hawaii Works will be doing it.
Oh. Stuart, this is a great project because it's right near the community park.
that is correct, Commissioner. You see it right in the background there.
Yes, yes.
That's the cover, the basketball.
Okay. And Darrell will fill in the commission and the community on 820 Eisenberg, which is the Bolodrome site.
Hello,
Commissioners.
Sorry, Darrell, before you start, how, if the contractor could provide you with information and drawings of how they're going to put the nails in the,
Yeah, we have that.
okay, if you could just get that to Commissioner, he's really interested in it.
Okay.
Anybody else interested in that? I'll get that to you. Get it.
Okay, Ross,
Okay,
all
then.
yours.
Hello, Commissioners. Darrell Ing, Land Development Division. A quick recap of what we've done so far. We acquired the property back in 1995. It's about almost a 2-acre site, outlined in red on this diagram. Currently, it's vacant, and we did issue an RFP back in 2019 and selected Stanford Car Development to develop the lot. Next slide, please. Okay, one back. Okay, this is the a rendering of what they're proposing to build. Again, the development agreement calls for a 210-foot, 23-story high-rise building with 270 units, plus a 4-story, 277-stall parking garage, and connected to that, 7 townhouse units. There'll also be about a little over 4,000 square feet of retail space for either retail or possible community activity type of space. We issued a draft environmental assessment back in December 2021 and received a finding of no significant impact from the commission in April. In May 2022, House Bill 1600 was passed, which authorized HHFDC to loan the developer $41 million, part of his financing plan. We're expecting construction to begin sometime in the late fourth quarter of this year, with completion in the late third quarter of 2024. About 3 to 6 months prior to that date, we'll start advertising for potential renters. Any questions?
Mr.
Sure.
Yes, Dennis?
Is there an opportunity today to use some of the 600 million for this project and take credit on it?
Not at the moment, because he got the $41 million of the revolving.
Try to figure out a win-win.
Yeah, yeah, but we own a property across the street. So maybe. Well, it's right across the street that it's a blank canvas right now.
Oh, that's right.
So we can take a look at that.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, the development agreement and the RFP specified that Hawaiian Homes would not put any money into this project.
Oh, good. Save us
Yeah.
money.
And the developer seems to be comfortable with his current financing plans. He's moving ahead with no
Good.
problems.
Very good. Thank you.
This is a nice project.
Yeah.
I remember when it first came before us, part of this was based on beneficiary desire, right? For this kind of lifestyle. Yeah, it's really nice.
We'd like to get to the point where every RFP we issue out is they develop it with a low cost to DHHL.
Why the either commercial space or community space? Why that change now?
Yeah, we're kind of leaving it flexible at this point. Developer did have some projections for if it's retail space, reducing the cost of overall maintenance and therefore keeping the rents down. But if it's also flexible that the community may want to use some space for, say, incubator businesses or other kind of uses. So
The community association controls that if it's retail space.
No,
The homeowner.
they're discussing it. The developer and the home, the association are having continued discussions. They may want to see something like a doctor's office there or a pharmacy there. So
Yeah, I
So
think
the
they're-
discussions is a shared space kind of discussion.
right now, it's looking, it's going in that direction.
yeah, developer is open to talking about it, seeing what is desired versus what he can accommodate.
So when you say discussions, Stafford on one side, who's on the other side of it? You guys.
Well, we're kind of on the side watching. So it's, you'll meet her tonight. What's her name? NT. Who's the president?
It's a community.
It's
association.
community driven.
Yeah, community association actually had a representative on the selection committee, Adrian.
The Papaclia.
You'll see it. You'll meet her tonight. Antipuni.
And then we had consultations with them prior to the selection as well as after.
You had something to add?
I just wanted as a closing message, just besides the 600 million, we have ongoing projects. We have about 50 million in lot development, CIP, purpose 1, and we have about 10 million in purpose 4 R&M. So those are continuing efforts which land development division participates in, as well as current projects that are on the ground and under construction. And so we do have a plan though, and that hopefully it'll come out in the once it gets to the commission for approval. And this morning you approved the MOU for Hp2, which is part of this. So, that's going to be encumbered and expended. And, we have others like the Punani subdivision and water tank. So these are things that are actually ongoing. So we look forward to just getting the approvals and getting a quick start.
I have a question. We had a lot of discussion with the pig about manpower and ability to man all this stuff. Is there any new thought on that issue, or still pray for you?
We have both ongoing recruitment for land development division. We have a number of engineer positions that are still vacant. We have discussions going on looking for private project managers, so working with the chair's office on that. As I think it was brought up earlier that we're looking at about 16 projects. So most of it will be larger types of projects like Punani Homestead that involves acquisition, the planning, the design and the construction under a developer, design build type of project. So we think we can, maybe I'm saying too much, but at least we have some plans for the first year, and it involves a number of RFPs, requests for proposals for design build.
And then, so Blossom, in her testimony, she suggested that Maui County could have its own PM, or a PM designated for Maui County projects. So I take it that's not how we're currently organized. You have separate PM for each project.
Right. I think what Blossom mentioned was the county council approved a liaison within the county to act. It's kind of like who we would work with on the county side, but that person wouldn't be a DHHL
I thought she asked
staff.
for a designated PM for DHHL for Maui County to work out of the district office.
That was an idea that she put forward.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think what's confusing is there is that position that the county council is moving towards, which is for a liaison.
It's a liaison. I think they're approved it.
Yeah, but Blossom asked for, you were correct. She did ask that the department try to look at putting one person in charge of all the Maui projects. To keep us.
So
Do you have thought on that proposal from Blossom?
I mean, it does make sense to have one staff or more dedicated to a certain area, because the counties all work differently. What applies in the city and county through the permitting process doesn't apply in Maui or vice versa. So the counties have improved their permitting process, but it's still, it continues to be work in progress in all counties. So the Maui County LDD project liaison was me, and now it's we have another staff, Brian Toda, who's working on many of those projects. So it's not a one staff effort. It really takes a couple of staff to work on the island, because and each island has multiple projects in multiple locations. So we have to try to balance that out. And so right now we do have staff on each island, but it's it's gonna get tough. That's but I think we're up for the challenge.
So William, because we're discussing this, what's still a mystery to me is, I think what it was the last time we talked about budget was 81 funded vacant positions. I'm still trying to understand what that means and how that might be deployed to the various other islands to do some of what we're talking about today.
We are working on that report to come back to you, because that was requested at the last commission meeting. So as soon as we are done with that, I don't think we have to wait for another commission meeting. We could just present that to each commissioner.
Thank you.
So we got the funding, we got the positions. We still have to go through the recruitment.
Right.
Okay, so that you've worked for state government, you know how that could take a little while.
Thank you. For all the islands.
Yes.
Outer islands.
Okay, any other questions? If not, hey, mahalo nui to you folks for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And tonight, whoever's doing the presentation, thank you. Okay, I'll do a quick time check. Maybe we'll do. Let's do yeah, Andrew. Andrew, I know you can with him.
Oh, Commissioners. Maybe I think he's in the waiting room, but item G3 for information only. We wanted to present an update on the department's general plan update. We've presented several updates to the commission over the last 2 years. We initiated this process in 2020. A permitted interaction group was formed for this process as well. It involved Commissioner Awol, Commissioner Kaupu, and Commissioner Helm. So I would like to acknowledge them and their time spent on this effort as well. With me today, and sorry, that should be G3, not G4. But with me today, I have Jared Chang from SSFM, who has been the lead consultant on helping the department prepare the general plan and has helped us to organize all of the thoughts and mana'o that was shared with the department through this process. So with that, I'll pass it on to Jared. You're on mute, Jared. Can you hear us, Jared?
Yes.
Okay. You're on mute, Jared.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, sorry. Sorry about that. Waiting all day and I thought my mic was working fine. Okay, sorry, just give me 1 second to get set up. My apologies. Okay, sorry. I think Andrew might have introduced myself already. My name is Jared Chang. I'm a planner with SSFM. We are the prime contractor on this, working with the planning office. Okay, so the purpose for today's meeting is just informational. We want to provide a status on the update of the general plan. We also want to announce that the beneficiary review draft of the general plan is now available as of today. And I'll walk through how people can access and review the document online. And then finally, we just want to announce that the comment period for the draft will be open from now until September 21st, and plug the upcoming beneficiary consultation meetings that we have planned for August. Okay, so starting with a little background, in this slide, we're showing the DHHL planning system hierarchy. This was established in 2018 as part of the update to Hawaii Administrative Rules. This is section 10-4-51. So the planning system establishes the 3-tier hierarchy of plans. Tier 1 at the top is a general plan. Tiers 2 and 3 are the lower tiers that are guided by the general plan. Those will have more specific geographic and programmatic focuses, such as island plans or regional plans. So in this system, the general plan articulates the vision, it identifies the long-term goals, and it organizes priorities for the department and the Hawaiian Homes Commission. It sets the foundation for all the programs, policies, and plans for the department, which are later implemented with available funding, legislation, and the DHHL Island Plan. As part of the general plan update, we are also building an evaluation program framework to monitor success of the plan policies over time. Okay. All right, so in this general plan update, like I said, we're setting the vision and policies to guide the department for the next 20 years. That's to 2040. The update must also meet minimum requirements as set forth in Hawaii administrative rules. I'll cover those in the next slide. The updated plan should include innovative and pragmatic goals and policies to be used by the department, commission, and beneficiaries and decision makers. And then finally, the plan will have identify how to measure success towards the vision and goals. So here are the minimum general plan requirements found in Hawaii administrative rules. We've color coded these requirements to kind of group them around specific topics. So starting at the top there in blue, the blue text, these are related to creating a uniform system of land use designations and the associated types of land dispositions across the state. The next group in green, these are related to establishing criteria for identifying homesteading and non-homesteading lands, lands for revenue generation, and lands for community use. Number 7 there in black is related to establishing level of service standards for infrastructure and community facilities. And number 8 relates to the need for an evaluation system. Okay. So this slide shows an overview of the project schedule. As you can see, it's an approximately 2-year process, and we got started in fall of 2020. Back in March and April of 2021, we completed our first round of beneficiary consultation. Between November and February of this year, we completed the second round. We do plan to hold the final round of beneficiary consultation in August, which would coincide with the beneficiary review draft comment period. And we hope to get a final plan approved by the commission before the end of 2022. Okay. So in addition to our 2 rounds that we've already had of beneficiary consultation meetings, we've been utilizing an online open house. This is where folks that couldn't attend the meetings, they could view all of the materials that we covered in the meetings. They could also watch videos of the presentations that we were given at the meeting. And also each meeting was recorded and were uploaded to the open house website, as well as on the DHHL YouTube channel. Okay, next slide. So just a quick recap of the first round. We had this round broken down into 2 parts. Overall, our goal was to kind of introduce ourselves, the project team, the project, share information on what we'll be doing during the update, as well as take stock on the progress of how the current general plan was doing. So in part 1 of this round, we focused on gathering input from beneficiaries to inform the vision statement for 2040. In part 2, we provided the draft vision statement for review and gathered input from beneficiaries on land uses and in general, how the department can benefit beneficiaries. So in total, we had 6 meetings in round 1. We had a combined total of about 299 people attend those meetings. During the meetings, we used Mentimeter live polling. We had about 165 people participate in those. And at the close of the open house for the first round, we had 262 people visit the open house website. Okay, next slide. Recap of round 2. So this round had 4 parts to it, and that consisted of 8 meetings where we had 2 identical meetings for each of the 4 policy topics. So the purpose was to gather beneficiary input on goals, policies, and metrics. This was for part 1, land use and water, part 2, housing and food production, part 3, healthy communities and natural and cultural resource management. And in the last set of meetings, we covered revenue generation and economic development. So in total, the 8 meetings, we had about 387 people attend those. A lot of those guys were also attended round 1. 154 people participated in the Menti polls during the meetings, and we had 341 people visit the online open house during that period. Okay, next slide. So this is a graphic that we have in the draft general plan. It's basically, we're describing the general plan as a vision-based document. So for the first round of beneficiary consultation, we wanted to make it clear that this was an opportunity for everybody to set the major direction for the department over the next 20 years. We framed the whole conversation around Nainoa Thompson's quote or feeling of it, see the island. So collectively, we have to be able to envision where we're going and understand that it takes time to get there and how to work together to reach that destination. So with that in mind, the beneficiary input we gathered, we developed 4 vision elements. So this became the basis for the draft vision statement. The elements were self-sufficiency, healthy and sustainable communities, connecting beneficiaries to the land, and sufficient funding and resources. From those main vision elements, we developed 10 guiding principles. And these are principles that are kind of broad themes that articulate the key values the plan should uphold and advance, and they'll be referenced throughout the whole document. Okay, next slide. So by 2040, the Hawaiian Homelands Trust and its beneficiaries will be thriving, self-sufficient, and connected to one another and the Aina. So starting at the top there, trust lands, this is the first vision element. It's simply connecting beneficiaries to the land. This includes addressing the wait list. Part of that means providing a broader mix of opportunities and options. And putting people on the land means more than just having a home. It's about building strong and resilient communities that are more connected to the land. It promotes and encourages more traditional relationships between the land and beneficiaries that's related to self-sufficiency in traditional practices. And it's also intended to foster a sense of stewardship for the Aina, for everyone, the department and beneficiaries. Moving down, the second vision element is of having healthy and sustaining beneficiaries. So this is kind of described as a relationship where beneficiaries are empowered and all the parties of the trust are working together towards a shared vision. In this part of the vision, communication between the commission, the department, and beneficiaries are regular, accessible, and transparent. Beneficiaries are envisioned to be empowered through better advocacy, like being in the driver's seat for selecting their own leadership. This element also supports traditional Hawaiian lifestyles and education grounded in Hawaiian values and culture. Also, that beneficiaries are less tied to debt and benefit more from financial independence, and also addresses a little bit of the blood quantum issues along with succession. The third vision element involves securing sufficient funding and resources. It it's just that it envisions ensuring the right funding for the department. It's looking at better uses of revenues to benefit beneficiaries. And finally, also looking at leveraging partnerships with other Hawaiian serving organizations for the betterment of Hawaiians and beneficiaries. And then finally, on the bottom there, the plan recognizes that the support from everyone in Hawaii, not just Hawaiians, is needed for the success of the vision going forward. Okay, the guiding principles. So these are broad themes that articulate the key values that the plan should uphold and advance. They are all equally important and not listed in any order of priority. First one there, Awamo Kuleana, which represents acknowledgement and kuleana of the department, beneficiaries, government agencies, and the commission to work towards the vision together. Number 2, securing sufficient funding to achieve the vision, pretty straightforward there. 3, returning Hawaiians to the land. This is in support of self-sufficiency and self-determination. Number 4, legacy and succession means cultivating opportunities and spaces to share and pass down knowledge, including passing down lands and legacy onto future generations. Number 5, homestead choice and diversity. This simply means providing a variety of homesteading options to meet the diversity of beneficiary needs. Number 6, Malama Aina refers to this reciprocity and shared kuleana to care for trust lands. Number 7, protecting water resources. What it boils down to is being a steward for water on trust lands and enhancing access to water for homesteading. Number 8, economic opportunity means providing opportunities for the trust, for the beneficiaries, for beneficiary organizations to prosper and grow through opportunities on trust lands. 9, cultural grounding and education means we want to preserve and perpetuate cultural practices and knowledge on trust lands. And 10, social and physical well-being. This means we create safe and healthy spaces and opportunities for keiki, adults, and kupuna to thrive in everyone's communities. Okay, so those are the guiding principles underneath the framework of the vision. Land use framework. So in accordance with the Hawaii Administrative Rule requirements, as part of the general plan update, we developed a statewide uniform land use framework for inclusion. This framework was informed in large part due to the input from beneficiaries through the first 2 rounds. It establishes a land use designation system to be used across all island plans. It identifies allowable land uses and land dispositions for each designation. It articulates the criteria for applying land use designations and providing appropriate levels of infrastructure. And finally, it provides guidance to island plans for application of land use designations when those are getting updated. So going into that framework, I'm going to cover first the homesteading, land use designations, and then the non-homesteading. So this is just a table showing the setting, intent, and purpose in a real summary format. But basically, the core homestead uses as defined by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act generally remain intact. So that's uses for residential, agricultural, and pastoral. So residential for subdivisions and homesteads that meet county requirements, infrastructure requirements, agriculture for subsistence or small lot or supplemental large lot uses, pastoral for large agriculture uses like ranching. And as part of this update, we are incorporating a new use called kuleana. This designation are intended for off-grid subsistence living, and we basically allow for more choices as to how lessees want to build their homes. Okay, next slide. So for the non-homesteading land use designations, the ones being carried forward that are already in existence include conservation, special district, community use, commercial, and industrial. As part of this update, we're including a couple new ones. New stewardship use would replace the existing general agriculture designation. These are basically lands not currently used for homesteading and would allow for those uses, for those lands to create stewardship opportunities. We added a community agriculture use, recognizing that beneficiaries have needs within their individual communities for shared agricultural gardens and spaces like that. And we finally added a renewable energy use, basically to when you get to a point where you're identifying the lands best suited for renewable energy generation. So Appendix A of the general plan includes a master use table describing the types of uses that would fall into all of these homesteading and non-homesteading categories. And Appendix E of the general plan update includes a land use white paper that provides detailed guidance and criteria for identifying which lands are appropriate for each of these uses. So that would be useful when you get to the island plan updates. Okay, next slide. So the general plan land use designations, the master land use table, these will provide the toolbox for the application of land use designations going forward. That is really intended to provide some consistency in implementation within the island plans and the regional plans. So that's tiers 2 and 3 from the flowchart, from the hierarchy. The flowchart on this slide is also included in the draft general plan, and it's just explaining the process for applying these land use designations in island plans. So in a nutshell, island plans must take stock of all available trust lands and then determine the land use suitability for those lands. And then after that, they must create land use designations for each of those lands based on whether it's appropriate for homesteading or non-homesteading uses. Island plans are also prepared in consultation with beneficiaries and ultimately approved by the commission. So just a quick recap there. And now I'll just do a quick overview of how the plan is organized. So we've got 10 chapters. We start off with some introductions to the general plan, the planning framework, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, and the centennial anniversary. That's followed by chapter 2, which describes the 2040 vision statement and the 10 guiding principles. Okay, next. All right. And then from chapters 3 through 10 are the policy chapters. So in each chapter, we have the goals, policies, and metrics for those topics. It also includes some background for context on each of those topics. It includes summaries of what we heard from beneficiaries during the 2 rounds of beneficiary input. And then going through each policy chapter, we just have some general definitions of what the goals, policies, and metrics are. So I'll just cover that real quickly. So goals, these are really broad statements looking for articulating an end date, an end state for that goal. Policies, these are how you're going to achieve those goals. One thing to note is there might be some cross-cutting relationships between policies that are needed to achieve certain goals. Metrics are simply the ways you're going to measure your policies over time to make sure you're working towards a desired result. And climate change considerations. So this is another kind of a new one that wasn't in the last plan. This is a real cross-cutting issue that affects all the policy topics to different degrees. So each of the chapters has a discussion on what climate change considerations need to be made for the policies and goals. Okay, next slide. All right. So starting with chapter 3, We're covering land use and water resources. This is describing how DHHL determines appropriate uses for trust lands and water resources. Chapter 4 is on infrastructure. So this has the level of service criteria for different types of land use designations. Chapter 5 is on housing. So everything to address the housing needs for beneficiaries. Chapter 6 is on food production. So how DHHL manages its lands to support food production through homesteading leases and other means. Oh, excuse the numbering. This says, no, maybe not. Okay, excuse that, sorry. So I'm on chapter 7, healthy communities. So looking at how we can develop healthy communities that are self-sufficient, healthy, resilient, and grounded in cultural knowledge and traditions. Chapter 8, natural and cultural resource management, how DHHL will go forward and steward and manage lands that are undeveloped. Chapter 9, revenue generation and economic development. So how DHHL generates revenue, support the program or programs, and what kind of opportunities for economic development are there for beneficiaries and beneficiary organizations. And then finally, chapter 10 is on monitoring and evaluation framework. This would be an ongoing process using the metrics provided in each of the previous chapters for the policy topics. It recommends the matrix to be used for each policy and recommends identification of all the data inputs needed for each metric also. It includes identification of whose kuleana it is to track each metric with the goal to try and leverage as much as possible the existing roles and department processes that are already in place. So the way that the annual report comes together, we don't want to reinvent the wheel if we can avoid it. And then finally, it recommends establishing a schedule for implementation when you do the evaluation of your metrics and how you report out your metrics and the timing of that. So that's chapter 10. Okay, next slide. So like I mentioned, we have a third and final round of beneficiary consultation that's going to take place in the month of August. You can see on this slide here all the different meetings that we have scheduled beginning on Thursday the 4th all the way through the 22nd. So just like the last couple of rounds, this round will consist of an online open house website set up for all of these meetings and 8 in-person meetings across almost all the islands. Well, all the islands. There will be yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
I just wanted to make one quick correction. The Papaclia meeting will be at Stevenson Middle School and not at the community park.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, we just confirmed that today, actually. Very good. So two meetings on Oahu, 2 meetings on Hawaii Island, and 1 each on Maui, Kauai, Molokai, and Lanai. So at these meetings, we're going to be presenting the draft general plan components and trying to get as much beneficiary input as we can. All of the materials that we're presenting at these meetings will be available for comment and review on the online open house as well. Okay, next slide. Like I said, the beneficiary review period is now open. So the actual draft beneficiary draft general plan is available online as of today. Comments are due, I believe we're telling people it's actually the 21st. So it's essentially the end of September. That link on this slide is how you get to the page that has the review draft and all the components and the instructions for how to review it and provide comments. Next slide. So basically for people to view the draft, they go to that site, that link there, that hyperlink. they're gonna see a button to open up the draft. It's gonna open up the PDF of it in the website, and they'll be able to just click anywhere on that PDF, leave a comment, and go from there. They do have to log in to leave comments so that we know their beneficiaries, who they are. But also when people leave comments, others will be able to see those and can comment on it, or react to it by giving a thumbs up or a thumbs down, saying that they like the comment, they agree or they don't. So pretty easy to see. Anybody has access to it that has internet. Okay, and that was the end of my presentation. And I will turn it back to you, commissioners. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Andrew? Questions, commissioners? General plan draft so far, pretty comprehensive.
Got a comment. Yeah, so Jared, mahalo for putting that together. You know, it's a lot to take in at the end of the day. But what I do want to emphasize is that you know, this is a really foundational and instructional document that's still evolving. And even for, this is intended to help beneficiaries, the department, but as a commissioner, I think it's really valuable, especially for future commissioners, because there's so much information in here. You're not necessarily going to get through it in a day, but you're going to want to refer back to it, depending on what situation lands on your table, what arises in the future. And, you know, I appreciate our beneficiaries' participation, the staff, the commissioners, but I especially appreciate our consultants and how they were able to put this together. I think it's really valuable. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a couple of comments and based on some of the stuff we were talking about earlier about having an enforcement and compliance division within the HHL. On page 16, bottom right page, talks about social and physical well-being. Create safety and health communities for Keiki adults component to thrive, foster relationships between department, law enforcement, and community partners that support social, physical, and mental health benefits by creating an enforcement and compliance division within DHHL. Also on page 91, funding. Generally, DHHL will need to receive sufficient funds in order to achieve the goals and policies set forth in the update plan. Additionally, obtaining sufficient funding and dedicated resources, staff, and consultants to implement and monitor goal and policy procedures or progress with will remain an ongoing need. A theme expressed through beneficiary consultation reflected through some policies is the need for additional staff to enable DHHL to better perform certain duties, including enforcement of lease requirements to address vacant lots, violations, natural and cultural resource management, water system management. So it points right towards that, again, that enforcement, important enforcement within the department, understanding our goals and responsibilities, and it's in our plan. So, thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Any other questions, comments?
Chair, I have one or a couple comments. One was thanks to our consultants, they did a great job. On the, I guess it's page little one, the very first page, acknowledgements. So where we acknowledge the two former chairs of the commission, was that intentional or was that just a carryover from prior? I don't remember, did we, or maybe you guys talked to the former chairs as part of this process?
We did. We talked
Okay.
to former chair Soon and former chair Nahalea.
Okay, that answers that. And then my other one was in the land use designations. And I'm searching for the page now. Page 23 of the report. and I apologize because I've read this a number of times and I commented on it, and I don't know how I missed this, but I thought we had talked about a land use designation, splitting up the commercial industrial to both, in my way of organizing it, the ones that we designate to generate revenue versus the ones that are community in nature, where we make opportunities for beneficiaries to do farmer's market or have that kind of repair shop or some kind of community service, community shopping center, if you will. Different from, I see community use, that's more where you have community areas for the local, the applicable community association to do development work, like Kapolei community development. But did we talk about that and decide not to go with that split between, for make money commercial, and then, community commercial? Hopefully we make money, but more designed as a supporting of that neighborhood.
We did discuss that at multiple meetings. So your memory is accurate. That was a subject that we spent a lot of time on as a permitted interaction group, and also during beneficiary consultation on the idea of setting aside lands for not just to make money, as you said, but also to provide opportunities for beneficiaries. But where we kind of left it off was it made sense to, at this time, and we'll see what beneficiaries tell us during consultation, is that the community use area was kind of inclusive of those areas that might be available for community-based economic activities, kind of like Kapolei Community Development Center, Kapolei Community Development Corporation, and what they're doing with their part. The other reason why we put it in community use was, these are areas that we're setting aside and saying, okay, we're not going to be getting revenue from these. These are areas set aside for communities to utilize and for communities to articulate what they want to do on these parcels. So if they want to go and generate revenue, then that's up to them. If they want to make programmatic, put programmatic programs on the parcel, that's up to them. If they want to do both, that's up to them. So right now, the revenue generating opportunity for communities, for community associations, are categorized in the community use category.
And if I can add, Andrew, so Commissioner Kaupu, thank you for that. Just want to point to 9.1.2 in the draft plan. So we are attempting to make the distinction between revenue generation for the department and economic development for communities and beneficiary organizations. So we do have that discussion to differentiate between what we're saying is revenue generation versus economic development in this plan.
So the lands for economic development would be, Andrew, you were explaining, that falls into the community use designation.
In the current draft, yes.
Okay, because the only distinction I would make is that those, and I called it community commercial and community industrial, but I think those should be beneficiary commercial and beneficiary industrial. I don't think it's limited to beneficiaries from that neighborhood. I think it's open to, could be waitlisters who are beneficiaries, but they have an opportunity to participate. But that's just, so I see the distinction on 9.1, 0.2.1 and 0.2. But then I would just, I suppose I can go to the beneficiary consultation and make a comment, but I thought we had, because I remember talking about, we were using the term mixed use, and that didn't really apply because a traditional mixed use was more of a live, work, play kind of concept, right? Where you live where you work and you have these kind of mix. It was more that we had these opportunities for beneficiaries. And maybe it was community people, but it was they weren't competing with the guys that we were trying to make money with. It was more an opportunity for them. I don't want to, I don't want to drag this out. But that's my comment. Yeah.
I just wanted to add, I think the policy decision, whether or not the department will provide opportunities for individual beneficiaries for economic gain has come up throughout this planning process. And I think it will still come out in the the next round of beneficiary consultation. So I thank you for flagging that issue. Is, we do address community-based economic development, but we, other than the policy that Jared pointed out, if within our land use designations, we have not addressed individual opportunities for individual beneficiaries for economic use of DHL lands. But that is something that we can have further discussions on during the upcoming opportunities to comment on the draft plan.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Zach.
Chair, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Jared, and your committee that has done an outstanding job, and Andrew and the staff too as well. But what stands out to me is there's 3 areas of concern. First of all, climate change. I think it was very important to add that as part of this general plan. And also the other 2 areas that I thought was a big concern to me is water management resource. Okay. Because if you look at the climate change, it really affects the future of our water resource, especially on Molokai. So for me, this is going to be a very important document for the next commissioners that's going to represent the beneficiaries. And the final one, that the mandate for the removal of cesspools and go into different types of wastewater, to me, that is something that we need to plan now, because it's going to be costly for a lot of our beneficiaries to have a different type of waste management for their homestead. So those are the 3 areas that I wanted to point out. But I really appreciate the opportunity for this PIG committee that I was on. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Zach. Okay, seeing no other questions or no other statements. Thank you, Andrew. We'll defer agenda items G3 and G4. No, sorry, G4 and G5, as well as the D8 number 12 to tomorrow's agenda.
What? D8?
G4, G5, and then the D8 item 12 that we took out.
Yeah. Okay.
That'll be moved, deferred to tomorrow's agenda.
Okay.
And then we'll take a recess till tomorrow morning. Community meeting. Thank you all.